you?
I'm good. How are you?
I ain't seen you in
I
forever.
had not seen you either, man.
Like, what's up with that?
I was like, man, what's going on?
Yes, please, yes. I have more in the back, I can always get more, I can always get more. No worries.
This regular meeting of the Judson Board of Trustees is hereby called to order at 6 p.m. I am very pleased that you have taken the time to join us this evening. As the Judson Board of Trustees, we are here to set goals and policies and oversee the management of the district. We are responsible for approving budgets, contracts, personnel appointments, and to listen to reports from the superintendent. We are not here to make administrative or management decisions pertaining to the daily operations of the district. This is the responsibility of the superintendent. In compliance with the State Government Code on Open Meetings, tonight's agenda has been appropriately posted. This is a meeting in public, not a meeting of the public. As our guest, you are welcome to observe and listen. These proceedings are being video and audio recorded and will become part of Judson's permanent legal record. In order that the tape adequately reflects these proceedings, please silence your mobile devices and refrain from talking while others are speaking. Since it is legally mandated that these proceedings are recorded accurately, I may have to ask for order periodically should I notice that disruptions are interfering with our recording capabilities. Once again, I extend to each of you a sincere welcome from the entire school board. Thank you for your interest in Judson ISD. We have established a quorum and we will call roll using our devices. Maybe I need to proceed. There we go. Okay. Everybody is here. Miss Eaton is on her way. Okay, Miss Eaton is on her way. All right. We will now continue for the, are we going to start with the invocation?
Yes.
Okay.
Everybody could please stand and bow your heads. Dear Heavenly Father, once again, we come to you saying thank you. Thank you for another opportunity to improve things for our students here in Judson ISD. We pray your protection for our students, our parents, our faculty, our staff, and the community. Keep us safe, Father God. Guide our board members and superintendent as they lead this district in their decision-making. It's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Please remain standing for the presentation of the colors. The Veterans Memorial High School Patriot Battalion is led by Sergeant First Class Karen Hudson. Tonight's color guard is commanded by Cadet Captain Heather Ancliffe, carrying the U.S. flag. Right guard for the U.S. flag is Cadet Captain Mariana Cruz. The Texas flag is being carried by Cadet Command Sergeant Major Gianna Alicia. Left guard for the Texas flag is Cadet Janelle Scott.
Mark time. Mark. Color guard. Halt. Ready. Face. Present. Arms.
Our pledge leader this evening is Esme Macias. She is a student from Hopkins Elementary. Esme is a fifth grader who has received the highest ratings in citizenship and maintains her AB honor roll status. She participates in safety patrols and plays the ukulele and was named Student of the Month for August. Outside of school, Esme enjoys swimming, hanging out at the park, and of course, talking on the phone with her friends. Thank you, Esme, for leading us in the pledges.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag.
I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Order. Arms. Ready. Face. Forward. March. Color guard. Halt. Seat. The colors. Ready. Face. Present. Arms. Order. Arms. Ready. Face. Forward. March. Forward. March.
You may be seated. And if we could ask the board to come down to take a picture and acknowledge our pledge leader this evening. Miss Esme is accompanied tonight by her mom, Andrea Lopez, her principal, Miss Terry Combs, and her teacher, Miss Priscilla Winrow. Thank you so much, Esme. We have a certificate for you. Congratulations, sweetheart. A round of applause for Miss Esme. Thank you. And if we could invite our color guard back in for a photo, I'd like to reintroduce tonight's color guard, the all-ladies team, Patriot Battalion team this evening from Veterans Memorial High School. You will also notice that they are adorned in pink for Breast Cancer Awareness Month. We're very proud of this group of young ladies. Another round of applause, please. Thank you, ladies. Beautiful, beautiful uniforms. We do have just a few recognitions this evening, some really great people that we would like to recognize. First, we're going to be recognizing some individuals based on their leadership excellence. We are proud to place a spotlight on 3 district leaders whose efforts extend beyond just the district. These individuals not only represent Judson ISD, but they work hard to place a bright spotlight on our district through their work and collaborative efforts with other educators across the region and the state. I would like to introduce Principal from Coronado Village Elementary, Erica Garza.
Thanks for all you do. Thank you.
I would like to introduce Principal at Salinas Elementary, Mr. Martin Silverman. And I would also like to introduce our Director of Leadership and Development, Dr. Destiny Barrera. Just a little bit of information about why these 3 leaders are being recognized for their leadership excellence. Ms. Garza is incredibly proud to serve her Coronado Village dual language community. Being a native Spanish speaker, she supports bilingual education and advocates for meeting the needs of all students. Her leadership expertise focuses on creating an authentic and suitable connection between the school and the community. When it comes to the campus community connection, Ms. Garza is a leader among her peers at both the district and state levels. She currently serves as the first vice president of the Region 20 Board of Texas Elementary Principals and Supervisors Association and is a regular presenter at the annual state conference. Mrs. Garza is also the co-author of the T-TEST Black Book. T-TEST is our evaluation system. That book must be very helpful. Mr. Martin Silverman, the principal at Salinas Elementary, his expertise is in creating and nurturing school culture and providing enriching experiences for students and families. He hosts a podcast called The Second Question, which highlights educators and provides them a forum to discuss ideas and honor the teachers that have influenced their lives. He is also part of a trio of Texas educators who host the podcast, The Texas Connection. Mr. Silverman is a longtime TEPSA member and featured presenter at several educational conferences across the state. Most recently, Mr. Silverman hosted the October leadership meeting at his campus, in which he shared strategies with campus principals and district leaders about building and cultivating an effective campus and department culture. I must say I was part of that training, and it really, really was very impactful to me. Last but not least, Dr. Barrera, our Director of Leadership and Development. She is dedicated to building leadership capacity within our campuses that ensure excellent and equitable outcomes for students of our district. To further this endeavor, Dr. Barrera has partnered with Region 20 to build a community of district leaders throughout the region who focus on leadership enrichment and development. In the upcoming series, Cultivating Leadership Development Network, Dr. Barrera will share the innovative leadership and development practices of Judson ISD and invite area school districts to collaborate with our district as they build their leadership pipelines. Thank you so much for representing Judson ISD. We are very proud of you. Thank you so much. And one last recognition for this evening, we are going to be recognizing two of our departments here at the district. Earlier this month, we were honored to attend the Mexican American School Board Association's annual conference that was held here in San Antonio. Each year during the conference, MASBA recognizes school districts from across the state for the work and student success for different initiatives. From hundreds of nominations, winners were selected and announced. Judson ISD was recognized for two outstanding initiatives: Outstanding Workforce Development Initiative and Outstanding Special Education Initiative. It takes a big team to have an outstanding special education department, and it also takes big hearts to have an outstanding CTE department. Yes. While we're rounding out hugs and congratulatory high fives, taking some photos, I just want to share, that we are extremely proud of the incredible work that both of these departments put in on a regular basis to provide the best educational experiences for all students. The innovative ideas to increase student experiences, the parent collaboration efforts, the consistency of implementing processes, and individualized instruction and career pathways is not easy work, but we know that it is very rewarding. This is an incredible recognition for both the CTE and special education departments, but also a true testament to their leaders, Dr. Michaela Steele and Mrs. Carrie Armstead. Their leadership and work of the teams is evident in the many student successes that are seen every single day. Thank you so much to you and your teams. Thank you so much. That concludes our recognitions. Thank you.
All right, we'll now go on to the next agenda item, which is acknowledgement of visitors and citizens to be heard. We have one, which is Ms. McKinney, speaking about item 7D on our agenda.
Good evening. This evening, I'm speaking to you as the president of the Judson Education Association and representing my membership. I am asking you humbly, do not approve 7D. Every year you ask for a waiver Seems to me that it's the same old record being played. I am particularly concerned with asking for a waiver at the pre-K level. I am concerned about the attitude of some people in the administration who seem to think that the Texas Education Code and the Texas Administrative Code, which specifies student-teacher ratios, are mere guidelines. No, it's state statute. And for those who haven't been in education as long as I have, which is 44 years at this point, 38 of them in Judson, teachers lobbied long and hard to get caps for classrooms. I started in this district in 1985 in 6th grade. I had 29 6th graders. Then Judson moved 6th grade to the middle school because of House Bill 72. It flies in the face of seeking academic excellence to overcrowd classrooms. If you are a pre-K teacher, imagine 30 3-year-olds, 27 4-year-olds, and 2 adults. One adult takes one student to the bathroom, 10, 15 minutes. So that's a student-teacher ratio of 1 grown-up to 29, 24, 26. You're not going to achieve academic excellence doing that, and yet you do it year after year after year. And my membership has noticed. And so I beseech you, please think long and hard on this before applying for a waiver. If you don't have the space, if you don't have the manpower, if you don't have the ability to provide the service and do a good job of it, no, not a good job, an excellent job, then don't do it. Tell them you are sorry, but those programs are at their maximum capacity. Do not keep enrolling students. Otherwise, you're just chasing money. And I hope that's not what Judson Education or Judson Independent School District has become. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we will now move on to item 4 on our agenda, which is presentations by the request for proposal or request for qualifications for financial advisors. So this is a process that is a first time for our board. So I'm going to read through some procedures that we're going to follow today, both for the benefit of the presenters and also for our board members who will be listening to the presentations and scoring them. So there will be a total of 4 presentations. Each presenter will be allotted a total of 30 minutes. 20 minutes will be allowed for presentation, and up to 10 minutes will be allowed for any follow-up questions from the board, if the board has any. I will remind our board members that everybody had a chance to submit questions ahead of time, and those were provided to the presenters so that they could integrate those answers into their presentations. And so I hope that most of our questions might be clarifying questions or follow-up questions to what the presentations are. Also, we will be keeping track of time, and we'll limit the time and cut things off at the 20 minutes for the presentation and 10 minutes for questions if it gets that long. If we don't have 10 minutes worth of questions, we'll move on. All right. The order of the vendor presentations will be determined by the drawing of names. The drawing of names, bless you, will take place in an open session of the board meeting. A board member must be present for all 4 presentations. If a board member is absent or late for any of the presentations, that board member will not be allowed to score any of the presentations. So I understand that the total time allotted for this could take 2 hours. If somebody needs a quick break, let me know, and we can pause in between presentations to allow that. Say again? Okay, yes, thank you. I don't have that, it's not up right now, Ms. Eaton, but I'll acknowledge that Ms. Eaton was able to arrive during the recognitions. All right, each board member will be provided with a scorecard. The scorecard will only be for the scoring of the presentation category. The maximum number of points for the presentation category is 10 points. Each presenting company can be awarded up to a maximum of 10 points for this category. Upon completion of the presentation, all board scorecards will be collected by the Director of Purchasing. All scores will be tallied, and an average score for each company will be determined. The average score will be added to the final scorecard and totaled to determine the ranking. The final scorecard will be printed and signed. Copies of the signed scorecard will be given to the board secretary for distribution to all board members. And the vote on this actual item is later in the agenda to give time for that to happen and for us to get that information. Does anybody from the board have questions about that? And we're going to use the request to speak buttons. The vendors? We didn't set a protocol for that, so if they want to, it's open session. Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Excuse me. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Proceed. It just came up, and so I have to click proceed. There we go. Yes, thank you, Mr. Macias.
So just for clarity, there'll be clarifying questions only?
That's what I would encourage the board to do, is just clarifying questions. I understand that this is not the area of expertise for all of us, and so there may be clarifying questions, but I will ask the board to hold their questions until the 10-minute question, just because I'm sure that the vendors have timed their presentations, and interrupting them with questions might interrupt their flow and take up some of their 20 minutes.
And my point would be that if we ask one business partner a question, we would have to ask the same business partner the same question if it's outside of the scope of what they're doing. So obviously be very sensitive to that. So we're seeking clarification on their presentation rather than for equity purposes. And 15 to 20 minutes, right, you said, for the presentation?
They have 20 minutes. That was what was communicated to them in advance, was 20 minutes for the presentation. So if we want to save time, we will ask fewer questions.
I'm planning not to ask any, but we'll just see how this works. 15, 20. Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right. Any other questions or comments? Go ahead.
At this time, JJ, you may do the picking of who will go first.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening. We will be drawing names. We'll be drawing it out of a hat, which I felt appropriate for the season. We'll be doing this. I feel like a dealer in Las Vegas. Nothing up my sleeves. There we go. All right. First, we have presenter Frost Bank. We have Estrada Hinojosa. We have Tiarina Galvan Lawrence. And Samco. Placed in the book.
Oh, I get to choose. Okay.
Start.
I love that we're using a Halloween bucket for this. Okay, the first one I pulled out was Tijerina Galvan Lawrence.
Tiarina Galvan.
Estrada Hinojosa is the next one. Frost Bank. Well, if it's not, and just for validation purposes, the last one in there was Samco. All right. If you are one of the vendors who is not presenting and you want to step out, there is a room available for you. If, it is an open session, or I've been told that sometimes you'll step out and come back in when it's your turn. Okay, thank you.
We ask that each of the presenters speak into the microphone, please, because this is being recorded. Thank you.
Betty, just to make sure you'll do the timekeeping. Thank you.
Good evening, Dr. Ball, members of the board and staff. For the record, Robert Tijerina with Tijerina, Galvan, and Lawrence. And with me this evening is Mr. Adrian Galvan, my business partner, and Ms. Esther Young. And is it on? No. Yeah, we're TGL. Is my time still running?
Yes. I will give you an extra 45 seconds.
Right here, that one. Okay, perfect. And we're here to present our firm credentials. I am excited about this opportunity, humble, grateful, and allowing us this opportunity to present our credentials. If you turn to page 2, it's a little bit of history on our firm. My partner and I, Adrian Galvan, purchased Lawrence Financial Consulting back in March of 2019, and we changed the firm from Lawrence Financial Consulting to Tijerina, Galvan, and Lawrence. And in that transition process, we're still able to retain Mr. Lawrence's 30-some legacy accounts within our firm. So we appreciate their trust that they have in us, and those clients, financial advisory clients, are cities, counties, and school districts. And here below on page 2, we have pretty much in bold, in this period, we have had 65 Texas Independent School District transactions totaling $877 million, and that is from March of 2019. If you turn to page 3, this is just pretty much a snapshot of where our firm's offices are located along with our employees. And I like to say and feel confident that we're the only firm presenting this evening that I believe that has, or maybe not, has their own headquarters here in San Antonio and Bexar County. So again, we have Esther in our Dallas office and Adrian in our Fort Worth office. Now on page 3, we're going to turn it over to Ms. Esther Young.
Good evening. Thank y'all for having us. For the record, I'm Esther Young. I'm director in TGL's Dallas office. So we'll kind of jump in. Most of this is the questions that y'all provided. So one of the first questions was, are we hub certified? TGL is proud to be a Texas headquartered regional firm. Like Robert mentioned, we're headquartered here in Bexar County. We are hub certified with the Texas Comptroller and have MBE and SBE certifications with these 3 agencies that you see here, the South Central Texas, North Central Texas, and City of Houston. Our next question, our approach to ensuring that the district and board receive our full attention and are aware of any opportunities to improve or to have good financial stewardship. One thing that we are really proud of, we only serve as a financial advisor. So we're a municipal advisor only. That means that we're still regulated by the same industry regulators that a broker-dealer is. We have the same licenses, but we are focused only on that financial advisory portion. So we are our client's fiduciary in every single transaction. Being only a municipal advisor means that we're able to, when it comes to doing bond issues for the district, we're able to focus on really tightening in your expenses, making sure we can press on your underwriters that the district's getting the best deal, the lowest interest cost, the best couponing, maintaining your call options, because we have no other competing interests with having to turn around and underwrite something a week in the next week or so. We have here a little list kind of what from our perspective and from doing this for a while, what we think that our clients should focus on when choosing their financial advisor. I won't read through all 10 of these for you, but the point is, our main point is number 1 and 4. We're really passionate about what we do. We love what we do. This is all we do. This is all we've all ever done. And number 4, we pride ourselves on our responsiveness. I don't think anybody in the business answers faster than we do. We're very proud of that. If you call or email, you can call any of us. There's 2 others that you can call also. You always know you're going to get somebody to answer the phone or the email very quickly. Here's just a quick overview of the services that we offer. You would notice that this lines up pretty much directly overlays to the scope that y'all laid out in the RFP that we responded to. Our team covers all facets of your debt management, budgeting, planning, which doesn't just include a bond deal. We're here pre and post. We're here to do other monitoring for you throughout the year, including everything from your capital planning, your credit. We help while you work with your rating agencies. We have a lot of strong relationships with the rating analysts across Texas. In addition to that, you'll see we mentioned bond insurance, which in y'all's case would be the TEA PSF. We have very good working relationships with the TEA staff, which is very helpful to us kind of deciphering applications and state aid amendments when those things come up. Which leads us right into how often we would update this board on activities or transactions. So just like we pride ourselves on our responsiveness, we pride ourselves on being the first one to identify refunding opportunities, kind of restructuring opportunities, anything that we would do to help you guys kind of stay on top of how to best maintain your debt. That starts, which was something that Adrian's already started with, which he'll get into in detail in a little bit, but before we're even hired, we've already set up all of your existing debt. It's already set up in our models, in our databases, which means that moving into that, we can really easily, anytime there's a market shift, rates change, we're able to update any refundings, kind of see what new candidates we might be able to add, see where the district might be able to save money. We can very quickly, since we have that set up, get into any sort of new scenarios y'all want to see if you're looking at restructuring or new money. Let's say you see like a strong AV increase, which means that would affect your INS tax rate. We can very quickly look at anything like a cash defeasance. All of that is very quick, and we provide those things without you having to ask us. Of course, ask us anything, anytime, but we monitor that and provide those updates on an ongoing basis. And we're always available to meet in person or virtually. Adrian and I are in North Texas, but we can get down here in a hurry, and Robert's only 20 minutes away, so we're always available to you guys. Then our thoughts and insights on your current and existing debt. So we kind of honed in on the last Moody's credit opinion from your last bond sale. So they released that in November of 2020. They had a lot of positives to say, your credit strengths, you had a growing tax base, healthy reserve levels, and they mentioned also your strong financial stewardship. The only challenges that they identified are elevated debt compared to national peers and some slower debt amortization. The good news is that since that report was released since 2020, those things have all improved. You guys have seen strong AV constantly trending upwards. Your debt's been amortizing down. So this graph, the green line going down, that's a good thing. Usually we see down as a bad thing, but so this is, these are some analytics that all of the rating agencies look like. So these blue bars are your AV. You see them growing up. Obviously, we love that, right? That's getting stronger and stronger at a good clip, especially throughout COVID. The green line is your debt to AV ratio, which is what Moody's was concerned about. So you see that coming down, which is another positive. So these two good trends are creating the space of capacity for your future bond plans. You'll be starting out at a much better place. You see you came down from 5.5% almost debt to AV to now you're closing into 4%. So y'all have maintained and created this good space for your future bond program, which leads me right into Adrian's part.
Thank you, Esther. Good evening. My name is Adrian Galvan. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. I've been doing financial advisory work for 28 years. This is my passion. I think since 6th or 7th grade, I knew this is what I wanted to do. I've priced 1,300 transactions in my life, and thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm going to answer this question. What is your recommendation on the method and timing to your sale on our proposition once it passes, and why? So I've listed 3 factors there on the top, the 3 bullets. Question 1 I would ask was, how quickly do you anticipate spending your bond proceeds in a construction fund? And the second question, what is the expectation on tax-exempt borrowing rates? So what do we think interest rates are going to do in the next 1, 2 to 3 years? And the third one on there is, what is the expectation on earnings, interest earnings in a construction fund? Because once you put that money there, you can earn some money. I added an additional bullet that's not on this page, and it's really the inflation rate on construction. We know that the costs are going up on goods, and the construction costs, labor, everything's going up. So that's a 4th factor that I would add to this list. How can we hedge as a district to lock in some of those inflation costs before they get away from us? So as your financial advisors, our job is to run sensitivity analysis and present summaries, present opportunities, and try to figure out what is the best mix. And I listed those first 3 questions. That would be our first sit down, is to ask those questions. And we ran a sensitivity analysis, case A and case B. Case A, and this is just for number running purposes, if we borrowed all the money in February, the full, and this is just for an analysis of sensitivity of rates. So if you look at the bottom of this page, case A, borrow everything February 2023, assume current market rates exist in February 23. Case B, on the side to the right, the first tranche or piece of the issuance, we split it into a third. The first one would be current market, 30-year term. The 24th issue would be current market plus 75 basis points, which is 3/4 of a percentage point. And then the third deal would be in 25, assuming current rates exist plus 110 basis points. So that's interest rates rising 1.1 percentage point from today. So all this, run this into an analysis, drop it into a tax rate with the target that you've set aside, that you want your tax rate to be 37.54 cents or lower at all years. So what happens when we load that up? So if you go to page 10, if you borrow everything at once, that's case A. And then when I lay that next to borrowing it in 3 even pieces with the interest rate assumptions that I layered into the analysis, you would wind up paying $38.6 million more in interest costs by doing it 3 years versus 1 year. Interest rates have gone up 200 basis points just in this year. So what the model that we've loaded up is the first piece, the first third current rates, the second piece current plus 3/4 of a percentage point, and the last 110 basis points, 1.1 percentage point. So at this growth of interest rates, you are better off one upfront versus in even thirds. This is just a starting point of the model that on day 1 we're ready to sit down with your staff and run the analysis, because we're not inside the building. We use public information and some of the information you provided to us to run this analysis. At the bottom, it shows the borrowing rate on case A would be a 4.37 over 30 years. The blended rate on the case B, the third and third and third, would be a 5.01. So that's really, all I want to do with this is just show you an example. And if you were to ask us a recommendation, seriously consider borrowing as much as you can in that first piece. If we're all watching the same news, inflation, the Fed's doing everything it can to get the inflation under control. We're at 8% plus. And so this one I put on as a joke for you guys. I promise, if we're hired, I will never put a spreadsheet this busy in front of you. That's not our job. Our job is to take everything you give us, put it into an analysis, and provide. All I want you to focus on this is the red box. The issuing over 3 years, I hit your target up front of 37.54 cents. The additional 35 million in debt service is hitting toward the back 46 to 53. That's losing capacity for future boards if interest rates go away from us. That's all I'm trying to say from this slide. And I'm going to hand it. Oh, and then the last PSF, we all know PSF capacity is getting close to its limit. We have great relationships with TEA. On day one, we would gather all the information that we need from the district to do the PSF application. And as soon as the bonds are passed, at whatever time you call us, and 5 minutes later, the application will be submitted. And that is a pledge for me. I'm going to hand it over. Oh, fees. Fee structures. You asked about the fees. It's page 13 and 14. We can do it on the Q&A. I want to leave some room for Robert here.
Well, getting back to the fees, again, as the CEO, they are negotiable. We just put a standard fee contract together, so they are negotiable. We have no idea exactly what the district is looking at, but they are negotiable if we are selected. But if you get to page 15, and I'm going to kind of sound like an auctioneer in order to meet the timeline, but I kind of go full circle coming back here to Judson ISD. I lived here in the school district for 13 years, about 2.5 miles away from here. My wife and I bought our first house together in 94. A few months later, moved my parents and my brother. They lived half a mile away from me. But I go even further back, 1983. We lost to Judson at UT Memorial Stadium. That 2-3 games later, they end up winning their first state championship. Fast forward a few months later, I go to Texas Lutheran, and who do I meet there? But 4 guys from that 1983 team: Alan Deere, the starting quarterback; Melvin Eckert, the starting all-state defensive end; Alton Martin, and David Trees. So fast forward even further, Alan Deere becomes a great friend of mine. Melvin Eckert becomes a great friend of mine. Alan was in my wedding. And then when we moved over here was the constant calls of how do you like losing to our team and paying our school taxes. So it was kind of a double rub. But even before that, my cousin, Dr. Sil Perez, was the head baseball coach and the receivers coach on that 1983 team. I didn't know it till after the game. My parents didn't tell me. But again, the 3 of us, what you see here is the team that's going to be working on this account. There's nobody here that's just coming to present. These are people that we roll up our sleeves and we work on the financings for all of our clients, 75 of them. We don't pick and choose, prioritize. We treat our smallest issuers the same as we treat our larger issuers. And again, as Esther mentioned, we're not a broker-dealer. We're a municipal advisor. We worry about our financial advisory clients. We don't worry about some other broker's FA client to do underwritings. We don't care about that. We are going to fight tooth and nail in order to get the issuer, our client, the lowest interest rate. We can get people upset on the other line. It doesn't matter, because let me tell you, they can't hold anything above us and saying, we'll get you on the next deal, or we'll remember this transaction here, because we're not worried about being an underwriter somewhere else. We're worried about our clients. And again, you'll hear rankings. We don't have rankings. You'll hear about capital, having capital in the firm. We have 20 to 40 employees and all this stuff that other firms will say. Well, let me tell you, there's 6 of us here, 75 clients, and we have school districts, daily attendance of 160 to almost 50,000. None of my 75 clients have ever worried about rankings or not, ever worried about whether you have capital, a trading desk, or whether you're ranked state, regional, or local. All they want to know is, do you take care of us when the rubber meets the road? And our goal always has been treat every client as if they're our number one and only client. Again, on page 15, all those 35 school districts, only one of them is co-FA. The other 34 are all our sole financial advisory client. And don't be fooled that a $4 million financing versus a $400 million financing, a bond election, when we go out in the open market, the steps on a $4 million deal is the same as a $400 million deal. The only difference is how much money is coming in from the district to pay the debt back. Does the district receive state aid? The process and the steps are pretty much identical. The major difference is smaller financing transaction, smaller fee. Larger financing transaction, larger fee. We can handle this. We want the businesses your SOFA, but we're open and willing to be a co-financial advisor for the school district. If you turn to page 16, here we listed some of our school district clients. Again, I'm originally from Alice. But I have, again, I've spent 13 years here. I still have friends here in the community. It's great seeing how robust and growing it is. But, you know, over the last 3.5 years, we never had a client cancel our contract. The clients that Tom Lawrence represented, the firm Adrian and I bought, they all stayed with us. They've all been with us, and we treat everybody the same. And again, out of the clients we have, over the last 3.5 years, we've transitioned almost 50, or been hired right off the bat, almost 50 clients. 23 of those are school districts, and the remaining 22 are 2 community colleges and then cities and counties combined. So we've added to the list. And again, we don't want to represent everyone. I'm very particular about who we send a proposal to. Trust me when I say this, I have declined to submit proposals. I have declined to go out and present, because again, it's all about, you know, will there be a good connection? Is there a connection here? And to me, it's always been there from 1983 and 1984 when my parents, my brother, my wife, and I moved here. So this was a no-brainer for us. I'm always available 24/7, as my clients can tell you. If you turn to page 17, the 2 owners, Adrian and myself, 100%, are the lead banker and lead quant. There's no other ownership in this industry that are going to tell all their clients that. We're giving you the 2 owners of the firm, the names on the wall. We own 100% of it. We're working here, headquartered again in Bexar County, live in San Antonio, just a few minutes away. We love the opportunity to represent the district as a sole financial advisor, but again, we're willing and able to help out as a co-FA. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Grateful and humble. Thank you. I
Thank
did
you.
sound like an auctioneer.
But you wrapped it up right as the timer went off, so thank you. Do any of the board members have questions?
Yes.
Ms. Eaton?
Hello. Thank you for your presentation, first of all. I know that takes time and energy to get everything together. I just have a couple of questions. Will we have one person that we can call and speak with if there's an issue?
Absolutely, and that would be me, majority owner of the firm.
Okay. Has your company looked at all of our trends, whether up or down, and where we are holding? Are we in a good position?
Yes, ma'am, and I believe Esther covered that and went over the rating report. You're in a very good position. Growth is there. We looked at other factors, comparables with other school districts around the area that are pretty much around your size, so everything looks
Okay, the only reason why I'm asking that question right now is because of all the uncertainties with the way the market is going.
Yes, and that's the uncertainties that everybody is facing. There's a lot of school districts that are looking to call bond elections that already did for November and now looking for next May. As Adrian touched on, the PSF application is crucial. It costs $1,500 for all school districts in the state of Texas, whether it's a $4 million financing or $400 million financing. We are ready. If hired, we'll be getting all the information we need for that application. And the evening of November the 8th, when we know the bond election passes, or as late as early November the 9th, we're going to hit SIN and be one of the first ones in there, because what we're hearing and understanding, it's first come, first serve on these PFS applications. Go ahead.
On the question on the market and the inflation going up, we will not present anything for future bond issues down the road that don't have a cushion on the interest rate, assuming that rates are higher. Worst case scenario number runs to you. We'll never do that. That's not part of what we do. We use 6% growth rate for the first 2 years on property values. So 2 years of 6%, 2 years of 5%, and then 0 growth after. So that's on the conservative.
So 6% for the first year?
For the first 2 years, just for our analysis. Just please understand, when someone's looking from the outside in, we need to have a starting point. As soon as we sit down if we're given the opportunity to sit down with your staff, we will sort out the assumptions that the district is comfortable with. But on the interest rate assumptions, please know that we will always be conservative and use higher rates for future deals, especially in this uncertain times that we're in right now. And on the chart with the rating ratios, that data was, Esther actually filled that in for the last 2-3 years.
Well, and as far as your credit rating goes, we're very concerned with all of our clients maintaining or improving their credit. So if we are approaching a large new money issuance, we can work with the rating analysts ahead of that with their scorecard to kind of see where you would fall into it before we do anything, so that we know how to best plan the debt, how to present it, and mitigate any credit challenges.
Okay, it sounds like for my third question, you may need to stay. Will we be locked in at the current rates? And if the rates go down, can we benefit from that without paying a fee or a penalty?
So typically, y'all stop me if you, typically, your bond issues, your new issues will have, depending on the market, an 8 to 10 year call feature. So as rate starts to go down, you are able to refinance those when rates are down in the future. It's like if you would refinance your mortgage as rates start to improve.
Is that without a fee or a penalty?
Typically, yes. That'll all be structured at the bond sale, and it's usually just at the price, at the par amount that you issued in the first place. We can redeem that with no prepayment penalty, and you can take advantage of those cash flow savings on your debt service.
Okay, last question, just for everyone so they'll understand, what are basis points?
Adrian's a better example.
So the easiest one is just to give you an example. 25 basis points is 1/4 percentage point. 100 basis points is 1%. So that's the
Of the
easiest
total
one.
loan?
No, that's just, so when I use basis point, I was using it as a current market, and then I was assuming a basis point increase to that scale. So for instance, the borrowing rate on the first loan is 4.37%. If somebody were to quote that, it's 437 basis points. So it's just moving the it's a percentage point, 1%. It's jargon. We should just say 1/4%.
But it's jargon that has an effect on our financial stability.
So our job, we want you to be educated. We want, this should be transparent. There should be no, box of mystery in this. And that's why I love your question. It's basis point is the movement from where you're starting from. So you hear it a lot right now when they're talking about moving the Fed funds rate, 25 basis points,
Yes.
50 basis points, 1/2 percentage point.
Okay.
That's my answer.
Thank you.
And a
That's all
great
I have.
example, Ms. Eaton, is right now it's about 3.25%. November the 2nd, they're calling for Fed to go up 3/4 of a basis points, which is 0.75. So it'd go from 3.25% to 4%. So that would be,
3.25 by the feds right now.
yes, ma'am, pretty much. And then with that increase happens on November the 2nd, it would go roughly from 3.25 to roughly 4%.
Thank you.
Yes,
That's all I have.
Were there any other questions from board members? Okay. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you for
so
your
much.
time.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Have a great night.
We appreciate you.
And as we're transitioning, I want to recognize another elected official in the room, Trustee Gloria Ray from the Alamo Colleges District. Thank you for being here.
Did somebody go get the next ones, Betty? JJ did? Okay, thank you.
All right.
Good evening, President Rodriguez, Dr. Ball, members of the board. My name is Rudy Mejia with Estrada Hinojosa, and it's a pleasure to be with you all this evening to discuss our credentials as financial advisor. My colleagues just passed out the formal presentation that we'll use as a guide. So I'll go ahead and see if I can work this clicker. Here we go. You know, to be honest with you, I could spend 20 minutes talking about this slide right here. I'm so proud of the group that we've assembled to serve Judson ISD with myself. I'll talk a little bit about myself here briefly, but I'd like to go ahead and start by introducing the team. To our back right here is Mr. Tony Hasso. You may have seen him around before. Former board member at Northeast ISD. He's been with the firm probably 13, 14 years now. Absolute tremendous asset on the squad. To his right is Mary Hinojosa Kelly. Definitely been my right-hand woman for quite some time now and actually represents some of the largest school districts in the state. Ms. Tanya Askings out over here is our senior managing director out of Dallas. She runs our quantitative department, leads so many sophisticated clients. I think she's going to be a tremendous asset to Judson ISD if we are selected. And this young strapping man up front is Devin Phillips. Typically, you don't see your head of underwriting join you on a financial advisory pitch, but I think tonight's important to highlight that we are a broker-dealer and bring a wealth of knowledge on selling bonds to investors, and it comes from Mr. Devin Phillips, who has about 30 years of experience selling bonds. So with that, we'll bring up Mr. Phillips here in a bit to discuss that briefly and how being a broker-dealer is actually an advantage to Judson ISD. You know, it's our opinion that if you have a firm that doesn't have a desk, you're basically fighting the markets with one hand behind your back. And we'll get into that a little later. So the firm is 30 years strong. We're about 45 to 55 employees right now across 5 different offices throughout the United States. We're headquartered out of Dallas, but we've actually had a San Antonio office for just about 30 years. Mr. Tony Hasso is a key member of that office, as well as myself down here, which reminds me, I didn't really talk about myself, but my name's Rudy Mejia. I actually lead our firm in school district financings. I'm not born and raised from San Antonio, but I did start my formal education down here. My father graduated from Highlands High School. I went to Highlands down here, so we played Judson in football quite a bit. But the firm is in a tremendous shape right now, and I want to allow my teammates to come up and talk more about what we do and what we offer. But first and foremost, we're grateful for the opportunity to be here. We're grateful for being able to present our credentials, and we're thankful for what you all do as a board. And Dr. Ball, you know, I kind of stumbled a little bit when I met you out in the hallway, but you've done such a fantastic job with Judson ISD, and you all are a shining star in a very exemplary school district in Bexar County. So we're happy to be here. We're very grateful for the opportunity. I'm going to pass it off to Mary Hinojosa Kelly to talk more about our firm.
Thank you, Rudy. Thank you, everyone, for having us. On this slide here, we have an overview of, thank you, Rudy, of the different clients we serve all across the country, including independent school districts, city, counties, transportation authorities. We have worked with a wide array of issuers of municipal debt. We have worked in 44 states across the country. We employ over 35 licensed registered representatives who are capable of assisting with our financial advisory teams. And we have, on the right side, you can see some of the different projects we've financed, including we are financial advisors to San Antonio CPS Energy, along with other local issuers, including Bexar County Hospital District, the City of San Antonio, and San Antonio Water System as well. We'll go to the next slide. Oh, perfect. This next slide is a little footprint of the growth of our firm. As Rudy mentioned, we just celebrated our 30th anniversary of the firm. It was founded in 1992 in Dallas. The map down below, you have the states shaded in teal are where we have conducted business. And you can see our offices are actually all over the country. We have 4 offices in Texas, actually 5 offices in Texas. We just added the city of or an office in Edinburgh in South Texas. We also have offices in New York, Miami, Chicago, and Los Angeles. Really, you can see to the right the growth of the business, our business since the founding of the firm. It has just been exponential since 1992, and a lot of that is attributed to our work with school districts, whether on the financial advisory side as well as underwriting. Just this year alone, we're actually ranked the 5th financial advisor in the country, actually through the first 9 months of 2022. And here in Texas, we've ranked 2nd for over a decade. Over 30 years, we have conducted over 6,500 transactions, including both financial advisory as well as underwriting. With that, I'm going to pass it on to Tanya.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Tanya Askins, and I am with the quantitative team at Estrada Hinojosa. I began my career actually on Wall Street, and through their training in quantitative analysis, and joined Estrada Hinojosa about 6 years ago, and have been having an incredible time since. Let me forward this. Wait, I'm going to go the other way. There we go. Okay, so on this slide on page 5, these are not just logos that we have here. These are the clients that we've been serving over the past several years, and they're across Texas, and they range in size and scale and in challenges. And the team that is before you today is the team that serves these clients, and we are a team. You'll notice that we all dressed in blue, and we didn't plan that. That's kind of how we are. We all we are in sync. And so recently, we've been with Austin ISD since 2019. We're working with them on a bond election package currently. Been with Dallas Independent School District for a very long time. Fort Worth, we worked with them to pass a major bond election. We were just hired with Houston ISD as a sole financial advisor, and that happened 2 weeks ago, or last week, actually. We've worked with Round Rock ISD, Manor ISD, Pflugerville ISD, where we worked to get them an upgrade, and then with Brownsville and Conatillo, amongst others. This is just a sampling of some of the clients that we've served, and we are excited to present our qualifications to you to serve your school district. What was that? So on the next slide, go this way, sorry, it's a test. So basically what this slide shows you is that we are a part of the whole team that come to bring bonds to the market for the district. We see ourselves as an extension of staff. We are here to make presentations to the board, to educate where we need to, if we need to do a 101, a bonds, municipal bonds, to bring clarity around decisions. We also see ourselves as servants to the citizens and ultimately to the students. And then finally, we are part of the underwriting process, because it is a process. And Devin Phillips is with us tonight. And I actually began my career in Wall Street, in the same Wall Street firm he was at when I first started. So it's exciting to work with him. And so with that, I'm going to pass this actually over to Tony, who's going to talk a little bit about our process. So this goes, that way goes down.
Thank you, Tanya. Very nice to be in front of so many familiar faces and folks that I consider former colleagues. As Rudy mentioned, I was a trustee myself. So, just to start out, thank you all for what you do, because I have a deep appreciation now that I'm not doing it, how much time I spent being a trustee when I used to say, no, it doesn't take up too much time. Well, I was wrong. It does take up a lot of time. So thank you sincerely for what you do. But as Tanya was saying, once we come in or are engaged by a client, we really like to approach the level of service according to this model of plan, manage, process, and review. But in a nutshell, really what we are is we come and we're with you from start to finish. We, much like that 7 habits, we seek first to understand. We like to meet, understand what the needs are, understand what the goals are of the district, develop with the district a process, see that through, and then stick around to make sure it's actually being implemented. And if there are adjustments that need to be made, then we work together to make those adjustments. Now, in planning for this presentation and for the RFP, doing some initial analysis, we did identify some initial goals that we thought the district should consider. And those are flexibility, credit rating, and INS stabilization, INS being your interest in sinking fund tax rate. Now, we'll get into that a little bit deeper, but just to identify those initially, those are them, flexibility, credit rating, and INS stabilization. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Rudy.
Okay, thank you, Tony. And I apologize for all the back and forth, but I think it's important that you hear from each team member. Earlier, I did mention the importance of having a trading desk, and Mr. Devin Phillips, who runs that operation. I'd love for him to come up and briefly talk why it's an advantage to have a broker-dealer. And so in his words would be much better than my words, so we'll let him speak. Thank you.
First of all, I just want to say how this took me back a lot of years watching this process that y'all went through at the start of this. It was very joyful to watch, and it really took me back to my younger days. It was awesome. I think that, one of the most important things about what we do is the desk involvement. You can see the list of clients up there. We're involved with all these folks on a daily basis. We know what they're doing. We know what they're trading. We try to buy bonds and we try to sell bonds to these types of clients on a daily basis. So the desk is essential to understand what's working in the marketplace out there today, whether it's couponing, whether it's, structured, with shorter calls, things of this nature. Just going through examples of deals that priced in the last 2 days, they had to move a lot of structures around, a lot of coupons around just to get these things done today. So to have that kind of insight, to do the amount of business that we run through that department on a daily basis, gives us a lot of information into going into difficult markets like we're in right now to get pricings out the door at the best possible execution we can get. I know you don't spend a lot of time on it. You've got other things to do, but you can count on us to keep a very, very close eye on what's going on in the marketplaces to get you out the door with the best possible execution you can get. That's our job, and we're going to pay attention to that. And we'll communicate with you. We'll figure out what works best, and we'll go out and we'll dig it out of the market and try to get that for you. That's what I do. And working with them, working with you folks, we're going to make that happen. I'll turn it back.
Thank you, Devin. The slide that I have up, I don't know if you can see it, but these are your top 20 bondholders, right? So basically, ladies and gentlemen, what we're doing in the market is creating an IPO for Judson ISD bonds, right? So it's almost like we're taking a company public, and you have buyers on that side. Well, Devin has relationships with all of these buyers that currently hold your bonds. Look at Northern Trust Corporation. They own almost 60% of the district's bonds. I wonder why. I'm sure Devin will have a conversation with them if they would be interested in owning more, right? Auto Owners Group, UBS, BlackRock, all of these folks have interest in Judson ISD, and they're based in New York City, right? So it's important to know who the buyer is on that side of this Chinese wall that's been up forever. But we've actually brought that wall down over the years, and now we have a better understanding of what the investor wants and how that better serves Judson ISD. We did put together a slide for each one of the questions that were asked, so I'll briefly go through these with you. The question one was regarding our fee schedule. We like to keep things as basic and simple as possible. There's a base fee that we have in our contract here of $20,000, and then $1 per bond, which in our world, one bond is equal to $1,000, right? So let's say we were to go to market and sell the entire $345 million worth of bonds from the election. Our fee on that one, assuming a competitive bond sale, they're sold at par, a lot of assumptions are built in, $365,000 would be the fee for the entire bond program. Okay, try to keep things simple, $1 bond plus $20,000. Method of bond sale here. Question number 2. this is the answer to the test, ladies and gentlemen. It's imperative, okay, and I cannot stress this enough, for the district and the financial advisor that you choose to go out to TEA and apply for PSF backing as soon as possible. I'm going to go into a little bit of that here in a bit, but I would expect, and if we were to be brought on as your financial advisor, we need to get out to market in January. And reason being is we're going to have a huge influx of large issuers in the market in January. The slide that Tanya presented with the Houston ISDs, the Austin ISDs, the Fort Worth, I'm telling you now, we represent them. We're going to market in January, ASAP. Austin ISD in particular is bringing $2.44 billion to the voters in a couple of weeks, and that itself is going to eat up quite a bit. So coming to market as soon as possible is what we would recommend as your financial advisor. If we're hired tonight, we would set up our meeting with Dr. Ball and Bill Atkins right away to discuss this plan, see what their goals are, discuss what they want to do and what the board's goals are, and we'll get straight to work. Plan of finance. So our team did run some numbers. There are going to be some tight points within your debt profile. This is what we would recommend coming to market with the initial tranche, $200 million. So there are several questions we need to ask. One of them may be, how fast can we spend down the proceeds? Where I think interest rates are going to be. Devin Phillips will definitely assist us with that. And then also, what are your priorities of, construction-wise? And so what we would do is take all that into consideration, obviously go to market with as much bonds as possible, because now more than ever, okay, the district will have to rely on their underlying rating, which currently is a AA2 by Moody's and a AA- by Fitch. So Renee, to give you a quick example, right? Let's say your credit score is at 800 and my credit score is at 600, right? When you and I go buy a car, you're going to pay a lower interest rate than me because you're more credit worthy than I am, right? You will. So same situation with school districts, right? When you go to market with a AA2, you're going to pay a little lower interest rate than someone coming in with a AA3 or a AA, whatever. And so it's important that we focus and look at what we can do to improve our rating. And that's one of the goals that Mr. Hasso identified earlier. For time purposes, mind if I just fly through? So serving San Antonio, we represent some of the largest issuers within Bexar County. And for 30 years, we have never had an issue serving our clients out of our San Antonio office. We welcome you all to look at that office. We have several offices available for folks to use if you need to plug in somewhere. We have several well-tenured bankers who work in that office, led by Mr. Tony Hasso. And so there's no issue with us serving you guys. I think of all the teams that are present today, we provide the most value to you, because what we're doing is we're bringing lessons learned from these larger issuers, right? We're bringing you lessons learned from the smaller issuers. When I look at Judson ISD, I think of Pflugerville ISD, where they were 5 years ago. And what's coming your way, you're going to need a special financial advisor. You're going to need someone who's innovative, someone who's not afraid to present new and fresh ideas to the district, because what's coming your way in this market that we're into nowadays has changed. All right, the ball game is a different ball game, and you're going to need someone like us to come in. I do want to bring up my expert with the existing debt, because no one can brief graphs and charts the way Tanya can. So, Tanya?
Thank you, Rudy. Yeah, this pertains to your question number 4, the thoughts on the current existing debt and what we'd handle. And Rudy said it best. He said, we're in a new market, and what we want to do is make sure you have the tools, the financial tools to handle that market, to issue your debt, your bonds, and create a flexibility in that so that you can navigate the future and whatever that looks like. When we look at your outstanding debt, on one hand, you see the callable debt. You have a tremendous amount of flexibility in the callability of your debt. However, where your challenge is if you look on the right, you'll see it's all pretty much in 2026. And if you have the clicker and can flip to the next slide, you can just see that one spike right there. And what that really is saying is that you can't do anything, or you can actually defease those bonds, refund them. However, you have to pay the interest up until 2026. So it's going to cost you a little bit to do anything with those bonds prior to that date. What we look at is trying to create flexibility in shorter calls or filling in some of those gaps in that chart, if you can see it. And, looking at ways that you can, sorry, that's okay, we dance. Got a party going.
You can finish your thought on this slide and then.
That was great, I thought we were over. But, basically, I look at what, as far as your, how much? That was 20 minutes. Oh, is that 20 minutes? Okay. Sorry.
That was the 20 minutes. I was saying, finish your thought
No
here and
problem.
then
Okay.
we'll.
No, I just want to say that basically, as far as your flexibility, I look at it as kind of a triangle. You've got your INS and the stability in your INS setting, the flexibility in terms of approaching market changing conditions, and what you want to build in as far as calls, premiums, other features, not necessarily cabs. New tools are out there. And then finally, the capacity, and looking at capacity and the needs of the district, and ultimately, and we can forget this and all this, but it's really about the students and what you need for your students and to serve them. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Are there any board members with questions? Mr. Diaz has a question.
Rudy, is your fee negotiable?
Absolutely, 100%. We've never backed away from negotiating for a fee. At the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, we're here to serve you all, and if we need to adjust our fee, absolutely. And you have 5 owners of the firm here, and we have our CEO's blessing to sign off on anything.
And just because I may have missed it, so what is your recommendation on the way that we sell the bonds?
Good question, Mr. Diaz. This market is unique, okay? And Mr. Phillips has been in this business over 30-something years. He's never seen anything like it. The only way Judson ISD should go to market is through a negotiated bond sale. All right, we need to work directly with the underwriters that you all choose, right? You guys are in charge. We're here to advise and to guide. We work for the board. We work for Dr. Ball, and we advise you all. Negotiated is the way to go because we have a one-on-one relationship with that underwriter, and we can push them. Mr. Phillips will push them. Your financial advisory team will push them. Our goal is to achieve the lowest possible cost of finance for the district, bottom line. So to answer your question, method of sale is negotiated. Sure.
The competitive sales right now with the volatility in the market, we've had over 170 days of 10 basis point moves in a single day this year, which is crazy. The spreads for people that take risk on competitive sales are widening out. Negotiated, you can control that by getting them to work for this historically, but when it comes to competitive sales, you can't control that spread they bid. Okay? I think it's a lot easier to go negotiated. It'll save you some money because they're going to work for more money because of the risks they're taking. Because if you buy it today and you don't sell it, you're going to lose.
Any further questions? All right. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Want me to close this out? Oh, okay. Thanks, Betty.
That's what it is. This is the firing range right here. Okay, we're gonna hang around. I'm just gonna get my bearings. Does this? Okay, cool. I'm just gonna flip around a bunch of times, make sure we're good to go. Is there a clock on the wall? Okay, good deal. We just started.
Yeah,
So-
Betty will time you, so.
Wonderful. We're 19 minutes. I'm making sure I'm pushing my button here too. So, good evening, everyone. To the members of the board, Dr. Ball, thank you for having us. My name is Randy Mosher. I work at Frost Bank. I've met a lot of you, so I'm going to cede the floor to my teammates really quickly, let them tell you about themselves, turn back to me, and we'll move along with our presentation in post haste because we're on the clock. So, Kevin.
Dr. Ball, members of the board, good to be here tonight. Just for a quick intro, my name is Kevin Escobar. I've been at Frost since 2015. Born and raised here in San Antonio, a product of Northside ISD, where I still reside with my wife and a beautiful and crazy 2.5-year-old. I did graduate from Texas Tech University. You'll see there I have a bachelor's in finance, a master of science in financial planning, as well as my MBA. When I came back from Texas Tech, I started my career at the city of San Antonio, where I was the city's debt officer. Over my course of time at the city, I issued over $2 billion in bonds for various capital improvement projects for the city, whether it was airport, hotel occupancy tax, revenue bonds, and of course GOs and short-term tax notes. I think that's relevant experience for myself here, knowing the other side of the table, which you are on the issuer side. Another note I did want to say real quick, I am the son of 2 educators, lifelong educators in San Antonio ISD. Both my parents were educators for 35 years. I think that's what's given me the passion for what I do every day in serving school districts all throughout the state. I think what you're going to see here today is that Frost Bank, although all firms are qualified to be your financial advisor, I think what we're going to display here today is more boxes checked. I don't think the firms here today can check as many boxes as Frost Bank does, and you'll see that as our key differentiators throughout the presentation.
Good evening, I'm Scott Stamper. I'm in the capital markets group at Frost, and I'm on the side that includes the underwriting, the sales, and the trading side of the operation. So I'm a little bit more involved with the marketing of the bonds, the relationships with the investors, and the actual end users of the securities. I've been in the securities industry for about 22 years, and I started in New York, but I'm originally a San Antonio kid, and I went to high school at Roosevelt and played football there in the late 80s, and so I know a little bit about Judson.
Hi, everybody. I'm Hannah Pinkerton. I'm an analyst on the team. I started last year after I graduated from UT Austin, so I have my BBA in finance, and I kind of help out on the team with the quantitative support, running numbers, putting together financial statements, continuing disclosures. I'm originally from the Valley, so I graduated from Port Isabel High School and then went to college, joined the team last year, so thank you for having us here.
And circling back, I've met a lot of you over the years. My name's Randy Mosher. I grew up here in Converse, graduated from Judson 20 years ago, went up to school in San Marcos. I have a BA in government, an MBA, finished up being a student athlete there, got a law degree from Texas, but jumped into municipal finance because I didn't want to be an attorney. Explain that to your wife sometime. No, it's great. And so I've been at Frost for 10 years. I started out at First Southwest Company, which was a financial advisory firm. I got brought over to work with Don Frost and build a group sort of from the ground up. And so it's been fun. We're going to talk our story a little bit about how far we've come. So to give a step back about Frost Bank, we're founded here in San Antonio in 1868. We have an overall pretty stable, conservative, disciplined reputation. After the run on banks in the Great Depression, we became the largest bank in San Antonio. After the savings and loan crisis and the Tax Reform Act of 1986, of the 10 largest banks in Texas that were founded, we were the only one left standing that didn't get taken over by an out-of-state financial institution or bailed out by the government. In 2007 and 2008, our cigar-chewing CEO got on the TV and said he wasn't going to take any TARP money, which was the bailout money given out to banks. So I think we've got a reputation of being a stable, reliable financial institution that's well capitalized. We've looked outside the borders about what we're going to do for the future. Our CEO, Phil Green, is now committed to Texas. We're doubling down. We'll add 30 more branches in the state. So I think we're a strong, firmly Texas financial institution. And so to kind of harp on that a little bit more, we have 30 locations here in San Antonio, the closest one being across the street in Selma, Schertz area. 2,500 employees here. 160 of our employees live in the district boundaries. I think it's meaningful to have people with boots on the ground here in the district. I'm trying to keep an eye on my watch, so somebody give me the high sign if I talk too much too fast. One of the interesting things about Frost, we have a trading desk. Our only trading desk is here. It's here downtown San Antonio in the Frost Tower. We use that to your benefit. We bring students in for bond pricings for our school district clients all the time. It's kind of a little bit of a dog and pony show, but it demystifies the borrowing process. It brings Wall Street here to Main Street, and kids get to participate in pricing calls. They see the order book fill up. They watch us put a deal together. We have a business etiquette luncheon usually. So this is something we think is a good selling point for us. It's not why you should hire us. I just think it's a neat little factor that we do. Most people don't know that there's such an active trading desk here. We are a publicly traded company. We are not Hub certified or a minority women-owned business, but we are a 60% majority minority financial institution from an employer standpoint. I do think that our CEO means it when he says that diversity, equity, and inclusion are a strategic priority for the bank. Over half of our 5,000 employees are minorities, myself, Kevin, Hannah included, 61% female. And so again, I can't check the Hub box, but I do think that we practice what we preach. I have a chief diversity officer, and I do think that although the majority of our employees are minorities, you can kind of see we're not hiding from anything. Our leadership and our board is still working at more accurately reflecting our goals. And that's been well documented, but that is something that we believe in alignment with what I think matters to the district. Taking a step further about our capital markets group, we started in 2006. I came over in 2012 because the guy that kind of started the group left. That happens when bankers jump ship. I work with Don Frost, and so we cobbled a group together, and I'm not here to show you our track record, but high notes, I guess what I'll say is that we've advised, I'm sorry, I see I'm pushing buttons already. We've advised on over $4.8 billion in deals. We underwrite a lot of bonds, which is a slightly different role, but what I can say as your advisor, I think philosophically there's some questions asked in the actual, the questions for the presentation. I think philosophically we view ourselves as an advisor. You're an extension of the staff, okay? You should be accessible. You should treat us like we are right down the hallway, and I think that's how our clients will say we behave. We are committed to keeping all eyes aligned and everyone informed to the best extent possible. Districts, entities in general vary. The dynamics differ. Most of the time we deal with staff, but we're not having sidebar conversations with board members. We're not trying to keep anyone in the dark. And so usually if we can, we try to make sure we're copying the relevant parties. But there's also a reason you hire consultants. We're supposed to kind of be a little bit of a gatekeeper so that you're not overwhelmed by things that are noise and that don't matter. We are, however, committed to keeping you informed with monthly market updates, relevant news and things that are going to matter and impact your plans of finance and your future issuance plans. That's stuff that I think we regularly keep up with. We're committed to it. And I think if you talk to our clients that we do have, you call our references, they'll echo those same sentiments. We have a great track record with Judson as an underwriter. That's just the firm that you would normally hire to sell your bonds. I've been in 11 deals in the last 15 years. It's been a really good business for me, and I'm proud to have done it. We have a great familiarity with the credit. The point that I'll kind of point out here, we've bought $50 million for ourselves. We're not trading that. We're investing in the district. What Scott will talk about a little bit later, what makes us a little different, is that we are a chef that eats his own cooking as a bond market participant. I cannot buy your bonds if I'm your advisor on a sale, but we already own them, and we can pick them up in the secondary market. That's not what I'm selling, but it is an expertise that matters to the advice that we provide to you. I'm sorry for the picture in my hair. It was COVID when they pointed out as Frost is a top corporate partner. We get that a lot. I don't have excuses for that. My wife said she liked me better with long hair, so I'm going to try it again. But I think, again, we are a great corporate partner. I think it's been a priority for us. And me personally, coming here, like I make it one because I'm from here, I get it. I take pride in the fact that Frost's name is right next to D.W. Rutledge's name, having played for him 20, 25 years ago on Friday nights. It means a lot. That meant a lot to me growing up, and the character I think I've kind of developed somewhat as a professional person. But we're there, and we're not buying your business. We're going to do this regardless of what your decision is tonight or not. But I think you can see we're a consistent, reliable partner. We volunteer with the Boys and Girls Clubs at Salinas and Metzger and other places around the district. That's kind of who we are as a bank. So I'm going to take a step back, let Scott Stamper talk a little bit more, and we'll kind of wrap up. We have 10 minutes.
So the bond portfolio at Frost, Frost is a very conservative bank. It's been around since the 1800s, and you don't get to stick around that way if you take a lot of risk. We invest a lot in bonds. About a third of our assets are in bonds. And you can see up there the big chunk of the bonds that we like the most are school district bonds. We have about $5.5 billion in school district bonds in Texas. And just to put that in perspective, there's going to be about 15 billion issued in any given year in school district bonds. Go to the next slide.
Sorry, there's a lot of buttons here.
With being such a big participant in the bond market, by being such a big investor, we also know all the investors that are out there. We sell to them and we actually buy from them. In times when some of the largest investors in the municipal bond market are looking for liquidity, we're usually stepping in when people are stepping out. And they know our names and we know their names, and they take our phone calls. In addition, we've got a correspondent network of banks throughout the state of Texas. We often, when we're underwriter, we sell to these banks. And when we're looking at a deal and determining the success of an underwriting, and this is where things are going to help out if we're your financial advisor, we know when a deal is well placed. It has good distribution from the biggest firms, the big institutions, but it also has participation from the local community. The local banks that are in your area, that's our first go-to when we are selling the bonds. That's what we want to see on the other side. And so we know when a deal is placed well, and we can help make sure that happens on your deals as well.
So real quick to transition into some of our relevant experience in terms of acting as a financial advisor. We've talked about being an investor in the district. We've talked about the ability of our desk to analyze quality orders coming in if we were your financial advisor because of our underwriting desk and our sales and traders that are actually here in San Antonio. We think that matters. So moving forward, talking about a couple of relevant financial advisory clients, San Antonio ISD. Randy and I have been helping them for a number of years now, probably dating back to 2015 or 16. But recently, 2 years ago, we walked them through a successful passage of $1.3 billion bond election. What we are shown there at the bottom on the tax rate impact is four separate installments of that bond. Just this July, we went through their second installment. What we're showing here is we've walked through similar analysis that we've done for you and that we can do for you. Whether it's 1, 2, or 3 installments, holding the tax rate level, bringing bonds forward. It's what we do for San Antonio ISD. We talk with their administration almost weekly on new strategies moving forward for the finish out of their bond program. Again, in July, we brought the students into Frost for a career day. We would offer the same thing for Judson ISD as a career day to have the students come in, to show them what a bond pricing is, to peel back the curtain and let them see what the real world looks like on the banking side. It was also pretty interesting. We have them sit down for a luncheon and go through business etiquette for a luncheon. On the next slide here, Live Oak. So we went through a similar process that we're going through with you folks tonight. In Live Oak, we submitted an FARFP last year. We were selected as the loan finalist and winner. We walked them through a bond election of $18 million this May. It was a successful passage of that bond election. We ran through an issuance this summer. And again, you'll see the long-term tax rate planning that we've put together for them. I encourage you, go across the street. Let's take a break here and let's go talk to Mayor Dennis and let her tell you how we've done for them. We think that's relevant. It's right here across the street. Walking into your debt profile, so here's what we've analyzed. We have your principal and interest there. We have your debt by series. What we see here are a few call dates in 2026, 2025 that are coming up. Current rate environment, they're not able to be refunded on a taxable basis. What we will say is going forward, that's something we want to keep our eye on, is to have more of a laddered or staggered approach on your call dates, as opposed to having all of them in a single year. On the next slide, this is what we put in the RFP. All we're showing here on the 3 scenarios is that we're able to work through your tax rate impacts and to holding to that penny that you've told your voters, that you're telling your constituents and everybody in the community what you're doing. This is just 3 different approaches. We don't have to get into the nuts and bolts of it, but we're talking about whether we're shortening the life of the bonds, whether we want to lower true interest cost or interest rate. If we want to pull bonds forward each and every year, or if we want to just go out with a level debt service. Again, all we want to show is that this is a live document. We'll be updating it with your administration, probably weekly, monthly, and it depends on bond market conditions at the time. Now, something interesting in the news right now is the PSF potential nearing capacity. That is a concern statewide, but I don't want to scare the district. I don't want to scare you folks. You've got a solid underlying rating. You're at a AA2, AA minus. A majority of school districts in the state of Texas are at the A category. So you are 1 or at least 2 notches above a majority of school districts. This is a concern for a lot of other school districts. We've quantified it for you here, and in current market conditions, it is large dollars. It's about $2 million over the life of the bonds, 25 years. It's less than $90,000 annually. So that impact, what I'm trying to say is that it is minimized for the school district because of your strong underlying conditions. I will note, we're down to about $4 billion in capacity. $15 billion is on the ballot for school districts coming up in a couple of weeks. There's $18 billion that is already authorized, so it is something to consider. But we think given the strong ratings that your school district has, it's not something that we need to have a concern with right this minute. I'll hand it back over to Randy.
All right, so I'm going to wrap this up. We were explicitly asked to keep putting stuff on the keyboard. I'm sorry, and he keeps pushing keys. I'm just putting this out there. I'm all about full transparency. People aren't normally comfortable putting what they get paid. You asked for it in the supplemental questions. I'm going to show it to you. That table on the left is a lot of jargon, though. To give you an idea on the right, I just said, okay, if there's a $5 million deal, a $50 million deal, $100 million, $300, that is the respective FA fee calculated based on the tables shown on the left for new money, and you've got those, up to $300 million in new money. I think you're going to sell it equally in 3 different installments, but that's just a barometer or a guide. I don't want to lose the potential account over price. This is still something we're willing to negotiate. I think it's close, but I also do believe you get what you pay for. I think we're going to give you great service as an advisor. I have a great team. I have to take care of them, and I think this is competitive. But again, still open to discussion. A lot of people didn't want me to put that up there, and I was like, just put it out there. It's fine. Why not show them all the laundry? So to kind of bring it home and wrap it up, golly, I'm going to stop doing that one day. A lot of boxes to check, but I think, yeah, Kevin will take over the clicker from now. There's a lot of things here, right? But I think holistically, we offer a lot to the district. One of the one question I think we haven't addressed at length is how are we uniquely positioned to serve Judson ISD? We're from here. That doesn't matter. I came here. I was going to wear my Letterman jacket. It doesn't fit anymore. That doesn't matter. I think we're competent. I think we're committed to our communities. I think we have aligned virtues and visions for diversity at the bank, just like you do here. I have a great team. I think we've shown strong analytical capabilities. I think we'll continue to do that if engaged. I have strong references. We've got recent relevant success on bond elections. We have an expert desk that's right here that we could share with your students. But I think we're a great corporate partner. When I really wrap it up, I think we're capable. Okay, I think we're reliable. We have a strong brand, a strong reputation at Frost Bank. But when I say reliable, I'm accessible. I'm available. You'll have my phone number. That's what it's for. And lastly, we're aligned. I think there's a lot of strong alignment here. I don't think that will change. Like I said, whatever your decision is tonight, I'm honored to present in front of you for my home district. I'd be honored to serve you, But I don't think that will change how Frost has partnered with you in the last decade since I've been here. And I thank you for your time. I'm going to leave it. I've got 20 seconds left, you guys. All right? Questions? What can we answer, if anything? If we didn't address anything.
Ms. Eaton, yes.
Who's Butch?
I'm sorry?
Oh, Bud, I think.
Bud.
Uh-huh.
Where?
The owner of Frost?
No, so we're publicly traded, and so.
I know that part.
So
But before
Frost-
they became that way,
Before they became publicly traded, the
Yes.
Frost family?
Yes.
So Tom Frost Sr. was the last Frost executive who retired in he stepped down in 96. Dick Evans-
and his daughter was killed on a motorcycle, right?
I think that is Billy's kid.
Yes.
So there are 4 sons. There's Billy, the black sheep. Don't say that. It's a public meeting, it's fine. There's Billy, there's Tommy, who's Tom Jr. There's Don, who we work for, and he's great. And then there's Patrick Frost, who's still a senior level executive. Don works at the bank too, in capital markets. Patrick works over insurance and another subsidiary of the bank.
Yes.
But I do think that it's a broad family. They still own technically 3 or 4% of the outstanding
Exactly.
stock. But I
And
don't-
his daughter was killed on a motorcycle, and his grandson and his grandson's wife and my daughter were best friends in the Air Force.
Okay.
Yeah, very, very odd.
I'm sorry about
that I should meet you.
the dark note, but I'm glad the Frost family has got some reach.
Yeah.
I think Mr. Diaz had a question.
Yes, sir.
Randy, Randy, in your presentation, you mentioned that you would support or recommend 3 separate sale transactions.
Yeah, I think what we would do if engaged truthfully is I go back and look at what you went into the election assuming. I assumed 3 equal issuances of $115 million apiece just to start. Like, I honestly, with PSF, what I think we didn't say is if we're not sure that we need the money, I wouldn't borrow it at the outset. I'd wait for rates to settle down and to see if the IRS and the federal government comes back and raises PSF, if that's a real concern. I wouldn't rush to the exit and try to sell it all at once and sit on it. I would probably try to borrow only what you need. If maybe you do need $200 million, we can do that. I just started with 3 separate sales of $100 million generically to show you different, like a base scenario, and 2 others that look at your proposed tax rates and your plans for voters, your promises for the 1 penny increase, and how to fill up or do different things. We can carve the cat 1,000 ways. That was just my baseline that I started with.
Does every transaction carry fees for
does.
every actor involved?
It's a very relevant question. It does. I think on the underwriting side, they're going to get paid on a per bond basis. So what I will say is your underwriting fees aggregate over 3 separate issues would probably be the same as one $300 million issue. Your other fees, though, your ratings, the ratings agencies double dip, FAs, bond lawyers, all those other ones are per transaction generally. And so that is a relevant factor. I showed you that my fee would be $100,000 or something on a $100 million deal. That's 3 separate deals that would come out to like $350 over 3 deals, as opposed to one $300 million deal I get $225 or $230. It's a relevant factor. It is. It should be taken into account, but it has to be balanced out with, do you need the money? Like, I've got clients right now that borrowed way more than they needed. Their construction schedules are already way backed up, and they're sitting on like $500 million in proceeds. So you got to kind of talk to your construction manager, your bond program manager, and say, hey, what do we realistically need for this first sale of tranche bonds?
Thanks. And then the second question for you on the fees. Are your fees firm or negotiable?
Sir?
Are your fees firm or negotiable?
Negotiable. That's what I wanted to make clear. I'm sorry if I'm not talking into the mic. I just figure I'm naturally loud. My wife says so anyways.
All right. Any other questions? All right. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you all for your time.
Thank you all so
It was
much.
great presenting. Okay, I'm sorry. And I don't know if one of these was my water, but I'm going to take it because I'm, right?
It was warm, now it's cold. Yeah.
There's a clicker, there's a fresh water, there's waters on the table behind
right.
you. And be sure to talk into the microphone. I know everybody in the room can hear you, but it doesn't pick up on a recording very well.
Got it. And that one to go forward, or
I
which one?
believe so. Go ahead and try it.
Yep.
There you go.
All right. Hey, I'm good. How are you? Good to see you.
They're cold.
Okay. Oh, I got recognized special. Yes. Thanks.
Everything under control.
Maybe. Depends on the hour, right?
Yeah, right. For all of us.
No, when they're all done, I'm gonna go get mine out of the car. Yeah. I just didn't think I had time. I can't run to the car. The car's next door. I could have to wait. I walked. Okay, yes. I parked over here, but I can't.
Should I just steal?
Yes, definitely. Steal from somebody.
Hello, how are you? Good. Hello, hello. Hi.
I've never been the whole hearings with those first watching the shoes.
All right, it looks like we're all back, so we'll go ahead and get started. Betty, are you ready for the timer? Or? Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay. Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Ball, Dwayne Westerman with Samco Capital Markets. Tonight also with me is Nick Westerman from Samco. Samco, as you all probably know, we are a Texas-based firm. We are located here in San Antonio and have been obviously working with the district for a while. We have partners in Austin, Dallas, and Houston here in the state of Texas. Some of the other people that are involved in our team that have worked with Judson in the past include Mike Hamilton, who's a quantitative analyst and does a lot of our numbers and analytical work. He's in Dallas. Chris Whitlock and Reed Patton, our lead underwriters, and they are also in the Dallas office. And on occasions, we have Dwan Green, who's been with dinner with us and been at the golf tournament with us a few times. So we have a group from around the state. We are the local contacts. We are the face here with Judson and would be the face with Judson ISD going forward. Going through trying to, well, last month we had the presentation where we gave you a general overview. So I'm not going to rehash a bunch of the things that we've already done in the essence of time. You spent a lot of time listening to us folks. So we'll hit a couple of the questions real quick to kind of go through it. That was a slide that got left in there. Fee structure, our fees, as we mentioned before, are only charged when we have a bond issue or transaction. We don't charge in the in-between years where things are going on, that we work on continuing disclosure for the district, that we do any other work, any budget or any planning work that might be looking towards a future bond issue. We know that if, obviously, you are looking towards a future bond issue, that will come along at some point and go to the voters and be going forward. So, and this is how the fee schedule would look, or what our fee schedule proposed would look. As far as a recommendation on method and timing to sell the bonds from the district, as we talked about last time, well, first, we would recommend in the current volatile market that we're in that we look at a negotiated sale. You generally have a competitive or negotiated sales. Negotiated in this environment gives us time to be more flexible, be more fluid, be more able to adjust to certain market environments. We were pricing a bond issue today for another school district. We had to work long into the day, where a lot of times that can be done in an hour and a half in the morning. And because it was negotiated, we were able to work through things and get us back to where we needed to be. So that would be our recommendation. If things change, there are environments where we'd recommend a different competitive type bid on a market. As to the timing, as we talked about last time and how we would go out with the issues, based on what we had been looking at and working with the district at looking at the new bonds and how fast those monies would be needed, we were looking at spreading that out over 3 different issuances. Once the election is successful and we start looking at the needs closer and how fast the money can be spent, what the interest rate environments, we might have different suggestions on that as far as how fast we move forward, move it into 2, move it into 3. But keeping it at 3 gives us some flexibility, allows growth to continue to happen in the tax base as you sell the bonds, so we don't have all the interest payment and hit everybody up front with the full amount. So here's the graph we looked at last month. The blue shaded part of the graphs are what your current outstanding debt service requirements are. The red would be that first issuance, the green, the second, and the purple, the third. And you can see as we issue and put each new issue on, debt service on an annual basis would go up slightly each year, and then we'd have it set up so that it would start decreasing and stabilize as you would be looking for future capacity going forward. Looking at those schedules, you know, we've said and we estimate that there was a penny tax increase in there. We think when all is said and done, you likely will not have to have such. How are you uniquely positioned to serve Judson ISD? So a lot of you may know, and this is where I'm going to go into maybe a different part of a unique position serving Judson ISD. We are here in San Antonio. I was fortunate enough, and we've been honored to serve Judson ISD, and fortunate enough to work with my father, who was also in this business. My father was actually involved when the Judson was consolidated of the 3 rural high school districts, and then when it became incorporated into a independent school district. And matter of fact, I went in and pulled in our files. This is an official statement from 1968, after the first bond election in 1967, after it was an independent school district, $850,000. Different amounts we're talking about these days. In the 70s, going through that period of time, I will tell you that the first vehicle that I drove was a 1974 truck, and it was redone by the Judson Vocational Shop. My dad had them come out here and donated some money, and they reworked the pickup and painted it and did everything, and that was the first vehicle I got to drive. We had another vehicle done that way. Moving forward into the 1980s, I started interning before my senior year in college and working in this business, getting my feet wet. And one of the first issues I worked on was a 1984 bond issue for Judson, and it was right after we won that first state championship, and we put the Judson State Championship flag on there. So all that to say we're a part of Judson, we're here, but mostly to say that Judson's a part of us, and Judson does have a meaning as far as what I'm concerned, what our family is concerned. It's all been a part of us. Everybody else may feel differently, but it's a part of us. And so as we go forward, we have a knowledge of your history. We have a knowledge of your past bond issues. We know the history of what's gone on, what you've tried to do with different financings throughout the years. Things change, priorities change, all that, but we've seen it. We have information and can help access that as you look to the future. And Samco, as I mentioned before, just wanted to throw in the last part, getting back to that. We are focused. We're an investment banking firm. We're focused on public finance. Our 2 main priorities are financial advisory or municipal advisory and bond underwriting. That's all that our firm does. That's all we do, and all of our people are focused on that. We've been ranked in the top in Texas for financial advisory and also for bond underwriting services. We generally fall from somewhere between 1 and 5 for the number of issues done. And in 2021, I think we calculated we were involved in 20% of every issue that's been done in Texas as far as education is concerned. Regarding your existing debt, we talked a little bit about this last month as well. We do feel like we've got a good structure for your outstanding debt. Our goal is normally, with a growing district, is to look at that debt service and try to create a stable annual debt service environment going forward, so you don't have wild changes from year to year that might require you to change your INS tax rate. We want to help you keep your total tax rate going down if possible, but as stable as possible going forward. So we try to keep that level. We try to keep in mind what might be coming as far as future needs. Let the growth in your tax base kind of continue up with a level debt service payment. That would allow the tax rate to be coming down as you go forward, and then that creates some natural capacity as you move forward down the years. We also, as we look at the bond issues, we look at the opportunities to refund or do early debt payments. And we've talked about this a number of times, but since 2004, between the refundings and the defeasances, and working with the district, been able to save over $97 million in interest cost. This is just a quick list of the issues that are outstanding. We discussed this last time. I won't spend any time on that. This is, again, the recap of the savings that have been generated. The big one, or one of the biggest ones, was in 2020, December of 2020. We did a taxable advance refunding. It was $87 million in size, and we were able to achieve over $25 million in savings. This is a graph. I don't know if we had it on last time, but just trying to watch or trying to exhibit how we watch with the district to get the timing of the issues, to make sure you can't control all of the timing all of the time, but when we know we've got a refunding that's on the books that we can move forward with, we try to watch and when we can move forward. This sale in 2020, this is the interest, a graph of the interest rates, the municipal market data, MMD scale. And you can see we sold in early December, and we were, fortunate to hit at one of the lowest points in the market. So this goes back, graphs we saw the other day, this goes back to talking about the stable annual debt service structure for your outstanding debt. The top graph shows what the debt service was in 2019. This was after we did the bond issue, finishing up the Veterans Memorial High School. We had debt service that was pretty level, as was our target and our plan, and decreasing towards the long end. As we went forward, we had a refunding in 1999. We had the big refunding in 2020, and now we've done we've done one redemption or defeasance. We're working on the other, and that's what the bottom graph is. Those savings, with paying some of the debt off here, we've created that area that gives you the capacity to be looking at this next bond issue with a minimal tax increase on the debt service. As far as the permanent school fund, there's been articles and information coming out that the permanent school fund may be hitting its capacity. They guarantee the school bonds for the state of Texas and allow school district to sell their bonds at the highest AAA rated guaranteed level and achieve low interest rates. That is something we have to keep watching, but as soon as this election is successful, you cannot apply until after you have a successful election. As soon as it is, we would recommend applying that and putting in the application for the permanent school fund guarantee for the entire issue, and then we can work out how much we're going to sell and always have an application in for the next amount, so our Judson bonds are in the till to get a guarantee as that capacity becomes questionable. The attention that we would give to the district and the board. So we always have and will continue to make ourselves available to the district. We maintain contact with the finance officer, the superintendent throughout the year. A lot of our work is kind of parts of other things that are going on. There's part of the budget process as Mr. Atkins in recent years is going through. It's part of looking at the bond issue. So we will do a lot of the bond planning and strategy and give that information to the group that's giving you the architects, whatever, and say, okay, yeah, this impact is this. Well, we're not actually the ones always in front giving you that information, but we've been working on it and maybe not as out front as much as we could be or should be. We're more than happy to be in front of the board as you would like us to be. We know you have a lot of things to do. It's just a matter of making sure we address those concerns of your part, but we would definitely be available. And I think anybody from the district over the years that's tried to reach out to us, we've responded very promptly and answered any requests. I think number 7, I've kind of addressed that with the previous answer. We're here and dedicated to working with you as a client of ours. And do we have a hub certification? We do not have a hub certification. But I think to wrap up this part of the presentation, I just want to say that it has been an honor. Judson is special. It is a part of us. We would be honored to get the opportunity to continue to work with you. And we're here. We're in San Antonio. We're a Texas firm, and we're dedicated to public education. So, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board members? Mr. Diaz?
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Are your fees negotiable?
Yes.
Have they ever been negotiated before?
Yes, we've talked, when we go through the bond issues, we'll go over the fees. If there's a manner that we need to discuss the fees being less or negotiated to a way, we've been willing and able to do that.
Okay. And then just, I mean, kind of situation here with you being the incumbent, obviously. The fee schedule that you showed us possibly puts us around $350,000 based on our bond propositions. So is that already the negotiated fee from before?
No,
Okay.
no.
So that's
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 still
standard fee.
negotiable.
Okay.
This is a proposed fee schedule, and that would be a max that we start from.
okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you so much.
Anybody wants to see any old data, I've got it.
Okay, does everybody need a couple minutes to to deliberate about their scores? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. They just need a few minutes, JJ, and let's just give them a few minutes, and then they'll give them right back to you. I think Ms. Pichelle might have hers if you want to pick hers up.
Okay. That was item 4. It took us less than 2 hours, I think. So now we're on to item 5, the superintendent's reports. Dr. Ball?
Mary, we'll just need a few minutes to present this, so we'll get started. And so just a reminder, we have our monthly calendar that we have. So these are the items for this month's calendar.
Good evening, Board President and board members. So this is the monitoring calendar and the items that were on the monitoring calendar that we met with Ms. Arvanitis. And so what we're going to be talking about right now is our baseline data that we have from the beginning of the year assessments. And so what I want to couch this information in on this evening is with our board goals that we've already adopted, but we did not have our growth progress measures yet because we're waiting on the beginning of the year data from our universal screeners. And so I'm going to start with third grade reading and math, and that's one of our board goals. So the goal that we have, goal 1, is that our third grade students will be at the meet grade level and will increase from 49% to 65% by June 2027. And so in taking that into consideration, we set growth progress measures for first grade, second grade, and for third grade leading up to that third grade. And so we are trying to shoot for, at the meets grade level, from 37% to 62%, and that's a big of a jump, but because we ended the year higher last year than we had expected, and we're using the same instrument that we have used before, which is Amplify reading, and we're using the same so we're expecting that our first graders are going to jump again. And so that is why we have the goal that where we had, because we ended the year around about 52%, so we couldn't go below 52%, so we're kind of pushing it a little bit further. And the way we're trending right now looks like we're going to continue that trend. Our goal progress measures for second grade students was to increase from 44% to 54% by the end of this year, and third grade from 47% to 57%. So if you're looking at this with the exception of GPM 1.1, you will see that we are looking at 10% increments, and that is because we are looking at over the year, we're expecting each kid, we're pushing them to 10 percentage growth. And we're trending kind of the way we are. This is our first look that we have right now. So this is first grade reading Amplify. I've given you all student groups that are there. What I want you to look at is looking at the student groups where there are significant gaps. So if we're looking at the overall group, they're at 36% right now. And again, this is coming straight out of the summer slide. This is in the first 9 weeks, 6 weeks of the school year. So we're tracking them at that particular point, and this is where we're looking at right now. Now, we do have some of the groups that are already trending high at 52%, at 49%, and at 46%, but we do know that when you're looking at your all-student group, you're at 36% right now for the beginning of the year coming out of the summer slide. And so if you're going across, when you're looking at the chart, you will look at going from all students to economic disadvantage, back to American Indian and Alaskan. I had to play around with it in order for you to be able to see it because it was going to be very hard to read the other way. So it's not going to go in the order like downward, it's going across, okay? And so what we have seen in the first grade data, and we're expecting a big jump at the middle of the year, around about January, around that time frame, because we had that big of a jump last year. And so we're pretty much trending where we were at the beginning of the year last year and where we are right now. Bless you. Second grade reading, we're looking at 43% overall for all students. We are looking at some significant challenges with our 36%, 42%, and 25%. Our special ed indicator is showing that we are going to have to do some work in special ed and also with our economic disadvantage and with our EBs, which we're calling our emergent bilingual students. Those are the two student groups that we're going to be working with. Third grade, we're at 47% right now with all grade levels. Some of our grade levels are already trending high. Third grade looks way better than first and second grade, and I believe that's because these kiddos have been using Amplify for 2 years straight. And so we are going to see that they should be trending higher than the other grade levels at this particular time of the year. Our first graders were the first time that they had seen the particular universal screener. And so because they were taking a totally different screener at the beginning of the year when they were in first, pre-K, kinder, and first. So what are we doing? When we're looking at the numbers that we're looking at right now and looking at where we're trending right now, one of the things that we're seeing and what we're really going to have to focus on is that integration of informational reading in all content areas. And we did that with our curriculum guides where we pulled in English and social studies is in one curriculum guide and science and in math are in another curriculum guide. And so basically what we're trying to do is expose the students to the informational reading because that is the area that they're really struggling with. They kind of got a handle on literacy, on literary works because they really like reading the make-believe, the poetry, the drama, all of those things, and where our weaknesses are showing right now and where we're really having to hone in and where the state is going, which is why we make the changes in our curriculum guides, is that they are going towards nonfiction, expository, informational reading. We are with Amplify, the Amplify assessment, and then we also have the Amplify reading. With those particular pieces, they are geared towards if the student is showing a weakness in this particular area on the assessment for Amplify, then the Amplify reading portion of it, which we're using in our small group instructions, are specifically honing in on those areas where the students are showing a need for growth. So we're also looking at from the standpoint of looking at sentence level and comprehension lessons, because when we're talking about overall looking at comprehension, we're really looking at it from the standpoint of not only do you understand what you're reading as a whole, but do you understand what's going on in that paragraph? And that's an area that we're really going to have to work with our students as far as making sure that they are able to grasp what is going on in the whole of the text, as well as what is going on from paragraph to paragraph progressions. And the big thing this year is the constructed response that is now going to be on all-star test from 3rd grade to 8th grade to high school. And they're testing our 3rd graders in reading, math, and our middle school kids, our 3rd grade and 4th grade is going to be reading and math, and then 5th grade is going to be reading, math, and science, where they have to write responses to the questions that are being presented about the text that they are reading. And so that is something very different that our 3rd graders have not seen before, so we're doing a lot of work in that particular area. Our goal 2, the board goal 2, was looking at STAR math. And so our overall goal for 2027 is 31% to 54%. And then our growth progress measures are looking again at 1st grade math, 2nd grade math, and at 3rd grade math. 1st grade math, we're looking at again a 10-point jump. And this year, for the first time, we're using a different instrument to measure our students' growth and also their achievement. We're using NWEA, which is a nationally normed test. We call it by the shortened version, which is MAP. And so basically what it does is measure the students where they are in their zone of proximal development. So we have recognized, and even the state has recognized, which is why we went towards this change, is that students need to struggle a little bit in their learning. And so this particular instrument is not only gauging where the students are with their peers that have been taught in that same time period, but where the students are as far as their grade level across the nation. So we're able to track our students looking at your peers within the district and also where you're looking at across the nation. So one of the things that we have noticed with this particular instrument is that we are now able to look at where the kids are right now. In October, we just closed out the first year of assessments, the beginning of the year assessment. We're looking at where they are right now in October, and it gives us a prediction of where they're going to be for STAR at the end of the year, this year. And so that is something we did not have in our other instrument that we were using. So we're really excited because it's really honing down to where the gaps are in the student learning. And then we have purchased a different program, ZERN, which is going to pinpoint those areas in small group instruction as well as as a digital platform. So our growth progress measures is 26 to 36% for first grade students, 31% to 41% in second grade students, and 31 to 41% in third grade students. So we're looking at where we are right now according to our assessment in MAP. Again, we can see the areas of concern is our special ed education and our emergent learners, as well as our economically disadvantaged students. And so we're looking at where we can close those gaps, where we're looking at where are the competition or the problem-solving skills that are not evident right now and where the kids are. This is second grade. Again, same two groups of students, same two groups that are struggling and having the significant gaps. I will say that our performance in math seems to be higher than in reading, which is a flip from what we saw from last year. But I think that this is because, one, this instrument is very difficult. It starts the students where they are, and after they go through a series of questions, the questions are going to change based on how the students is answering the question. And so that has given us a clear picture of where we need to focus instruction. And this is third grade. And third grade, again, is where we're trying to focus our work right now because we have been trending third and seventh grade. Third and seventh grade are the two areas that we have been focusing on for probably the last 3 years. So one of the things that we're really working on with our teachers right now is content-based language instruction. Because what we do know that it doesn't matter if the kids can work the problems if they don't understand the academic vocabulary and the content vocabulary that goes along with that. Because what we're seeing in what's going to be in STAR 2.0 is that students are going to get a lot more word problems where they're going to have to read and configure the computation for it and making sure they understand how to set up the problem based on the words that are given to them in the problem. And so this new instrument that we have that we're using with NWE MAP is specifically crafting questions like that to see where the kids are struggling at so we can pinpoint the small group instruction. In addition to that, we have changed our curriculum guides and our unit assessments where we're doing formative assessments for each student to make sure that we are mimicking where we're the level of rigor that we need to address in order to make sure our students are moving in the direction that we need them to move in. One of the things that we know that you have to teach to the level of the rigor of the TEAC. So if the TEAC says analyze, we need to be analyzing and not just identifying. And so basically looking in our math instruction is really looking at where the TEAC is pushing the kids to and making sure that the activities and the assessments that we're doing in the classroom measure up to that. Our supplemental and intervention instruction is coming through ZERN, which is a product that has been put out by the state in order to make sure that if we're looking at data, and the kids are testing in ZERN and practicing in ZERN, where the program, I'm trying to rush Dr. Ball, the program that they are using pinpoints where the students' weaknesses are. And so as they're going through, the more they progress through the program, the more they sit in the small group instruction, it's going to match up and backfill where the kids are struggling at. And then the last thing we're really pushing with all of our students, we started this last year with our teachers talking about delivering small group instruction through CRA, which is concrete, representational, and abstract, which means that you can't get the kids and start them at abstract, you got to start with concrete. So the manipulatives, the interaction in small group instruction, those type of things before we can get to the type of questions where they're not going to get numbers, they're just going to get a word problem and they got to figure out how to put the numbers together. So 7th grade math is another area of concern for us, and so we have saw some gains in that area. We're going to try to shoot for 60% by the year of 2027. And this is the discussion we had months ago when we set the goals. So the growth progress measures in order for us to meet that goal in 2027 is looking at 5th grade, 39% to 49%. And remember last year, we started with 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. But in talking with Ms. Arbonitis and looking at our data, we need to back it up to 5th grade, leading up to 7th grade. Because by the time they're in 8th grade, we're already looking at high school, 9th grade. So we backed it up to 5th grade to make sure that we're looking. And also, in addition to that, there is a big jump between 5th grade and 6th grade math. The TEACs changed drastically. So what the students are having to learn is a lot different from where they've had for 5 years in elementary school. So definitely looking at 5th grade is going to give us a lot better a predictor of what we're going to be looking at in 2 years from 5th grade. 6th grade is 41% to 51%. And then 7th grade is 40 to 50%. So when we're looking at initial numbers right now in 5th grade, and so we've had the conversation and looking where our students are and looking at the data that we're putting in, that we're pulling from 5th grade, it's that conceptual understanding of the vocabulary and the problem-solving skills that are in 5th grade that we're going to have to tighten up on, because when they jump to 6th grade, if we haven't gotten it there, they're not going to do well in 6th grade, and then therefore it's going to hit us in our data in 7th grade. And then 6th grade math, and you can see if you go back to 5th grade, look at the numbers in 5th grade in comparison to the numbers in 6th grade. So what we do know is that they come into us from elementary in 5th grade, where they're mastering the 5th grade STAR test. But then they get into 6th grade because of the changes in the concepts of the TEKS. We are seeing a little bit of a jump going from 5th grade to 6th grade. And then, but when you get in, started going from 6th grade into 7th grade, we start hitting those algebraic expressions and concepts. So then that's a little bit more abstract thinking. And so going back to that whole field of concrete, representational, and abstract instruction to make sure that we're giving it to the students in several different manners, not hitting the abstract, but going through and doing the manipulatives, sitting down and working through word problems, going through and writing it. We talk to our teachers about we should stop giving objective tests where we're talking about A, B, C, D. You need to give them the question and the blank space to work it out and to put the writing in, because we know that writing is thinking on paper. And kids are real good at guessing. And that's the great thing about this new assessment that we're using to do our screeners with, is that it will stop the kid when they start just clicking randomly. It's going to recognize that they're guessing and stop them in their tracks, and it is going to alert the teacher on their end that this kid right here has guessed the last 10 or 15 questions. And so then we can stop the kid and put them in a different situation where we can watch them more closely and make sure that we're going to get the data that we need. We also have included from Carnegie Learning the Mathia intervention program at our middle schools. And this is a great program where it's like, here's your weakness. Here are the lessons that will address that weakness in small group, and here are the practices that the students can do with, and we're using our Chromebooks, thank you very much, in order to reinforce through small group instruction. So that is all I have. Any questions?
Yes. But I'll ask my fellow board members first if they have any questions. I can't see the thing, so the request to speak button, but I don't know if they can switch the screen to, well, you'll probably maybe want to go back to some of the slides if need be, but.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, now you can use your request to speak button if you have questions. Yeah. Mr. Diaz.
Just trying to respect your process.
Thanks.
Couple questions. So when you break down the data by campus as well, obviously you do on the back end. At a high level, how are we ensuring that we kind of provide that campus level support? First off, identifying the factors that might be impacting that, and then providing the support. And I guess like the greater conversation for us to have when budget time comes around is that all of this is intended for us to look at the tapestry of the entire system.
Yes.
And say, okay, we already know we have a historical problem, better yet, a historical opportunity for strengthening a campus. So let's ensure that the investment reflects that intention, right? So kind of give us an idea of when you look at the campuses, like high level, don't even name the campuses, but how do you identify things, and then how are we currently launching support at that level?
Okay, it starts with the curriculum guides, because that's what we're putting in the teacher's hands to teach. And so what we have done is revamped the curriculum guides based on the data that we're seeing. And the curriculum guide is a living document, so we go back in and adjust as needed. We saw that one of the areas was that whole abstract thinking that the kids were showing that they were not getting. So go back to the curriculum doc, and we're going to add some more in. The second layer we're doing, we are sitting in planning sessions with teachers at the campuses that we have identified that need that extra level of support. So the coordinators, myself, Ms. Johnson are out there on campuses sitting in planning sessions with teachers to make sure that the curriculum guide is being listed, but also that we have a concrete understanding of what the concepts are in those standards and those TEKS that need to be taught. Thirdly, we are doing multiple professional development sessions on campus, after school, during the day. We've gotten some of our places where we're there all day and the teachers are rotating into us, and we're working specifically in those areas of that particular campus that is showing that they need additional support to meet the needs of the students on that campus. And those trainings are also including paraprofessionals, including special ed teachers, so we can make sure that all of us are speaking the same language in order to support the students that they're servicing. The fourth thing is that we got our beginning of the year data. So Ms. Johnson and I are going campus by campus. This is your data. I call it the so what, now what conversation. It's like, this is what your data is showing us. Now let's make a strategic plan so we're not here at middle of the year. So sitting down and breaking your data down by student, by teacher, and looking at what we're seeing, and then making a plan on how we're going to move your kids, which kids need to be in tutoring. Because the lovely thing about the math program that we purchased, you can click on the bar where you see the kids that did not meet, the kids that were approaching, the kids that were at the meets, and the kids that are at the master's level. You can click on the color bar, and it gives you a list of kids that fell into that pot. And then the conversation starts. Where was this kid last year? Is this a kid that last year they were performing on grade level and now they're slipping back? Or this is a kid that now they were not on grade level and now they're pushing forward. So now we have to talk about enrichment versus remediation. Did I answer your question? Okay. Mm-hmm. It's very complicated.
But very useful.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry. Oh, he was frantically telling me. I'm going to repeat the question because I didn't turn my mic on. My question is, what are you doing to roll out data fluency with the new MAP assessment?
We started with the teachers and the academic leaders, which are the coaches, the trainers that are on the campuses. We started the training in August before we even launched the program. So that was a level of training that we had to do in order how to use the program. And then we brought them back again in September on how to read the reports from the program and what do those reports mean. And that we did 3 layers of training. We trained teachers, we trained academic leaders, and we trained our principals on what to do with that particular thing. Now, again, that's a lot of data. So we're talking about in September. And so we did all of that, and then now you have your data. So that is the conversations where we're going to the campuses and now sitting with the team and talking about, because you can look at the data from the teacher level, from the student level, from the district level, and then look at it from a national level about where the kids are. And it is very, it's a lot of data coming at you. So what we specifically have done is told the principals, these are the reports you need to pull. If we're talking about immediate data-driven instruction and changes to move whole group of kids. We're not talking about just 3 kids. We're talking about a grade level of kids. So this is what we're looking at from your 3rd grade data. And these are the things that we're seeing in that data. These are the 3 things we're seeing. What are we going to do about it? Who's your kids that are going to be in your House Bill 45 pot? Who are the kids that they have the potential to move into masters and from meets into masters? And so making a plan for each group. And so we could have done that whole group with the principal, but I think it's more personable when we make the appointment, go with you to your campus with your data and talk about your kids and your teachers.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. Ms. Knoyer is next.
Thank you. Thank you for the thorough background. I'm very excited to see what the results are with the new math intervention as well. Can you describe a little bit more about what we're doing with teachers to help with the constructive response? Because this is something completely new. And having been there, knowing how difficult writing across the curriculum is, especially for teachers who haven't had that in such a high priority area before.
We have done a big push with talking with our academic leaders, but also talking with our principals and assistant principals. We have to have writing across the curriculum. So not only we're putting it into the curriculum guides, our formative assessments, our unit assessments that we're giving to students now they have the constructed responses on them. And so we are doing the pieces of this is what you need to respond. This is how they should respond. And it's been very difficult. It's been a very slow start because the state just released the rubric. last week. So here we are, like we're already into October and we don't even have a rubric yet. So as soon as we got the rubric, we started a whole nother training process on what do you need to do to get a 2, a 1, or a 0. But it's bigger than that. We've been a lot of times just looking at objective test. So this is going to make us move in the area that we should have been in quite some time. I know, you can get mad at TA if you want to, but at the end of the day, kids need to write. They need to be able to respond. I was sharing with a group of teachers the other day that even if you get an application at Dairy Queen right down the street, right over here, you have to write an essay. It's a short one, but you're going to have to write an essay on it. So that's the reality of the world in which we live in. And so basically putting it into the curriculum guides, one, providing on the job, in the job, right support and training. So we're sitting in planning sessions talking about what type of questions are you going to write with this particular text. If you're in a science text, then what type of constructive response can the students do? We've also purchased Newsella, which is a repository of all different types of articles from various different things, because one of the troubles you have is that if you adopted a textbook 10 years ago, constructive response was not part of the equation. And so you have to take the items that you have, the basals that you have in your classroom, but we need to add other resources to it. So we purchased Newsella, which has articles from Wall Street Journal, from Time Magazine and whatnot on a variety of different topics. We also purchased Common Lit, and we're training our teachers. We just finished training all of our academic leaders and now training teachers this week with Newsella. So here's an article, and they have those constructive responses embedded into those articles, but also teaching our teachers how to write those type of questions and how to write the responses. I'm a firm believer you're not going to ask your kids to do something and you can't do yourself. So model, model, model.
Thank
I'll
you.
also put in a plug for Newsella because you can click on the same article and get it at 3 or 4 different Lexile levels to be
All
able
the way
to
down to
differentiate
5th grade,
for
3rd
students.
grade, 2nd grade, depending on where their Lexile is. It's a great resource.
Mr. Diaz.
Thank you. So the intention of my question is not punitive in nature, but to see where we can support, right? I'm going to ask you a baseline question just to make sure that I'm asking you the right question. Did you say that in the training that we provide to our staff, it includes educators and then paraprofessionals, like every other supporter in that ecosystem? Okay. So how do we make sure that we also differentiate the support for each of those positions based on their specific lenses, perspectives, goals, right? And their swim lane to make sure that we're not kind of speaking too broadly or actually doing what we often do to our own children, which is not recognize their own kind of unique needs, right? So we should be doing that same thing for adults for the good of children and for their own good. So how do we do that? Do we do that first off, and then if so, how? And then as a byproduct of that, how do we also identify, I know we train them, but how do we identify that they're mastering the approach or the practices, and again, not in a punitive fashion, but to see where we can deploy additional assistance to specific, I'm going to say educators, but really every member of that ecosystem.
So if you're talking about different student groups, so we're talking about emergent bilingual, talking about special ed, the kiddos that are falling into those particular pots are kiddos that do need to access the content. And so in training the paraprofessionals that are in the classroom with teachers, but also training our special ed teachers, you may not be an expert in math, but I need you to use your expertise in special ed to make the content accessible to the students that need it. And so that may be, we're going to make a graphic organizer because the kid's going to need guidance on how to do. We're going to use sentence stems so kids can be able to rewrite those constructed responses and have a sentence stem because they need that extra layer of support. So the good thing about it is that, special ed is also under curriculum and instruction. So we work very closely. I bring in the special ed department with my curriculum specialist, and it's like we're getting ready to provide support to our teachers. And special ed is looking at it from the standpoint, there are certain accommodations that we can apply, that we can provide to students when they're testing. But in order to use that accommodation, we have to do it in everyday practice. So it's training them on looking at this. This is what the state is asking the student to do. How can we make that accessible to the students that you're serving in 504, special ed, emergent learners? And so that's one way we're doing it. The second way is walkthroughs. My coordinators and myself are on campuses constantly. In fact, I'm gathering that data right now for Dr. Ball to show how many we've done for the month, for the first 9 weeks of school. We're in classrooms all week, every week, walking, modeling lessons, checking on our baby teachers, making sure we call them our wellness checks, make sure we're not losing anybody this week. But walkthroughs and then also modeling lessons, but not only just walking into the classroom and walking back out, but providing feedback and working with teachers. Dr. Ball was getting worried about me because I was in pre-K 3 for a minute for like 3 weeks in a row. But I saw the need there, so let's go in. And my background is secondary, so pre-K is a foreign country to me. But definitely making sure that we understood, like, there's the need. We're struggling with content. We're struggling with classroom management. I can't say, oh, get it together. I was like, okay, what can we do? So the whole team descended to help because we wanted to make sure the teachers were supported and that they were doing what we need them to do. Because one thing you know is if classroom management is not where it needs to be, nobody's learning anything in that classroom. The other thing we have a lot of new teachers, baby teachers. So we're doing after-school training with them on classroom management, how to write lesson plans, how to break down the standards, all of those things. So they're getting it through the district support, but we also have campus lead mentors that are working with those teachers also. So definitely making sure that we're trying to meet them where they are and getting them to where we need them to go, just like you would do with children.
Mr. Macias.
I got a whole bunch here, but we'll try to just limit it a little. Some of the questions that come out specifically about professional development, and that professional development obviously varies, as Mr. Diaz had mentioned, per the teacher. I want a better understanding if we're actually asking our teachers what they need, not telling them what they need. So is there a distinction between that? Are we doing that right now?
Yes. When you're instructionally coaching, it's important to listen. So the whole thing is reinforcing the fact that when you go into a classroom, you're not going in just to start pointing out everything that's going wrong and what they need to do to fix it. It's actually listening to the teacher and listening to what they feel like they need. And then we may see something totally different, but you have to listen. And then also ask them where they need for support and then providing that support. I have given all the brand new teachers my personal cell phone number because I want them, my thing is like, I'm the last person you're gonna talk to if you're talking about not coming back tomorrow. So I definitely want you to call me because we're gonna sit up and make a plan. I'm gonna tell you, I've gotten calls on Saturday nights, I'm not coming to work on Monday, and definitely met the teacher at Monday at the campus. And so when you're talking about the different layers of support, it's important for me to make sure that if you started with us, you're gonna stay with us.
The presentation you provided wasn't in our report, so if you could provide that, that would be helpful.
Absolutely, it'll be in the Friday notes.
And of course, as I was looking at that, I still have some concerns about our interventions because naturally, depending on where you are, some schools will need more support. So understanding that distinction again to make sure that they're getting more, I don't hear a clear message from you regarding that differentiation. So tell me about, again, what we're doing on campuses that require more support, not merely for economically disadvantaged students, but also if they're short of staff. What's happening there?
So my coordinators, the coordinators y'all graciously provided us with, the additional coordinators, every coordinator has what they call they're a promise keeper. And they have a school that they are at that school all day, 1 day a week. And that may be substituting, it may be working with teachers, it's wherever they need them. So every coordinator has a campus. Some of them have two, because we don't have a large department, but those are the campuses that we consider that need the extra layer of support. And so we go out weekly and we're on that campus all day to provide support to not only teachers, but if you need a substitute, your short substitute, then we're going to substitute for you that day. If a teacher breaks down in the classroom, we're going to take the classroom for you. The other thing is we are also working with those campuses in multiple different ways as far as professional development for teachers specifically. I just did one just last week, professional development for teachers. We're also model teaching in those classrooms where the teacher will watch us do it, and then we watch them do it. We stay and we debrief with that teacher and then go back and talk about the things that we can do differently or how we can provide more support. Every campus has a campus lead mentor, and every new teacher is assigned to a mentor teacher. So we meet with the lead mentors, and like, these are the things we're focusing on this week in our after-school trainings for teachers, our baby teachers, and then this is what I need you to flip to your campus. A lot of our focus right now this year is on our new teachers because we have 300 and something. Yes, 300 something, and out of those, 80 of them are what we call the DOI teachers, which means they came to us with degrees, which we put in our District of Innovation. So that's a different layer of support. I just started talking with our Region 20 about our teachers that are under the DOI that don't have their certification but must get their certification at the end of this year, and they are on some of our high needs campuses because that's where the vacancies were. And so our goal is to make sure that they are going to pass the test, so we won't have to be hiring again at the end of the year. So that means that they're going to be working, we're trying to work out a contract right now where they're going to be working with those teachers individually, providing the layer of support for them so they can pass their test, but also working with them on their classroom management, on their lesson planning and all those things.
Well, that's important because if we don't support them, they're going to get that certification, they're going to leave.
Right.
And really that rotation. So I'll just ask, I'm a visual person, so Dr. Ball, if you could provide a really distinction between, say, teacher A at a school that has high needs versus teacher B who's at a school like Rolling Meadows, for example. I want to clearly understand what that training looks like for them and get a better sense of we're giving the broad support, just from my perspective, to support them. I know you guys are using all the resources you have, but this board has the ability to do more. So we need to understand what that more could be. So I want to have a better sense of that. Thank you, Dr. Paul.
All right. My question is, I saw across all of the different assessments, there are disparities between different demographic groups.
Yes.
You definitely called out our students with special needs, but like, in addition, there are different disparities. And obviously, like, good instruction is good for all kids. But my understanding is that particularly on the ELA star going forward, they are making some effort at making the content more accessible for all students, not so dependent on certain life experiences to understand it and things. What are some of the initiatives that we might be doing in our own classrooms to also speak to the experience of our students and help build their literacy through giving them texts that they can relate to?
Yes, we are being very conscientious about that. Thanks, Dr. Johnson. Making sure that our curriculum guides reflect our student demographics. And so there is a mixture of different types of texts that you can choose from. We do have them provided into the guides themselves, but we strongly encourage, and I think that when we did our novel adoption, when we did our book adoption a few years ago, we specifically looked for multiracial text, so to make sure that kids are not, they could see themselves in the writing, they can read about it, and making sure that we're giving them the schema that they're familiar with in order to help them access the content that they're learning. It's very important.
Thank you. All right. I don't see any more requests to speak, but I know there were a couple of people who haven't asked any questions. Is everybody good?
I don't have a question, just a comment. Dr. Toppin, this is great. Thank you for the statistics, but also thank you for letting us know about the different programs. And hopefully, these programs last. I know that we'll be changing things according to trends, but right now what the trend is, rigor. And the constructive responses, oh my goodness, I'm thinking about when I was in the classroom, that would be a very difficult concept.
Mhm.
But
In third grade.
hats off to all of the teachers, the staff, for being able to input that. But basically, thank you for your presentation. It was very, very thorough.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for
Thank you.
keeping us focused on our student outcomes. All right. That was items A, B, and C, correct?
Yes.
All right. So we'll go on to item D, Equal Employment Opportunity Report.
Mr. Guidry is going to set up yearly, we present this information. He is going to present the high level at a district level. And then I think, Betty, you said you had already loaded something up for the board, right?
They have the.
A handout? Oh, okay, perfect, okay. I think it's digital.
It was in the board book.
Okay. No, that's the next.
Yes.
Oh, in the board, yeah, in the board book. Mhm. No worries, no, it's all good. We're ready when you are, Mr.
All
Guidry.
right. Good evening, Board Madam President, Dr. Ball. So we're going to talk about our annual EOC report that we're required to present.
Let me just ask for the screen to be changed real quick. I think we're getting it. Just give me 1 second. Yep, perfect. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Guidry.
No, you're good. It's okay, man. So what is the EEO5 report? It's a report that we need to run for all elementary and secondary staff, which is a data collection. It's required under Section 709C of the Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. And we run it every year. So it's a data collection that requires all public schools and elementary schools, secondary elementary, with 100 or more employees to submit demographic workforce data, including data by race, ethnicity, sex, and activity assignment classification. So just a real quick overview, you're going to see on the screen we have a 3-year trend. So you're going to see our Black, African American, Asian, Hispanic or Latino, white, American Indian, Native Hawaiian, and 2 or more races. So you'll see on a 3-year trend, Black and African American, we had an actual increase. So in 2021, we were about 19.6%. Last year, we dropped to 14%. However, we've increased to 18% this year. Our Asian has stayed about the same, 1.4%, 1.1, and 1%. Hispanic, 42.7, 47.1. So we're staying about the same there. On our white, we've gone down some, 36.3%. Last year was 35, and then this year we're about 32%. American, 0.5% and 0.12%. And you see the Native Hawaiian is 0.4%, 0.09%. And we did have some 2 or more races that did report. We had 0.4 and 1.6%. So this is the same data I just provided you, but now it's going to be in more of a bar graph. So you can see what you'll see in blue is 2021. The orange is 21, 22, or red, and then 22, 23 is in gray. So again, the numbers I just provided you, now you're going to be able to see that in a graph right there. So what is the ethnicity comparison from students to staff? Tomorrow I'm going to send it, I'll send you in the Friday notes a breakdown by campus, and I do have that for you, and I'll send it tomorrow so you can see that. This is just an overview of just staff in general. And so you'll see student is in blue and staff is in orange. So Black African American, 21% on the student side and 18% on the staff side. Asian, 2 to 1%. And then our Hispanic Latino, 53% and versus 47%. And our white population, we have it's 13% versus 32%. And then you can see the other categories there as well. So that is it. Like I said, I will provide you the board with a full breakdown by campus, by department, and I could send that tomorrow. Any questions?
Are there any questions? Nope. All right, I don't see any questions. Thank you, sir.
Just be ready, so when I do send that report to you, you're going to see a lot of data on there.
Yes.
All right, thank you, guys.
We've seen it. All right, item 5E, update on the Judson ISD bond.
Yes, we wanted to share some information that we have. We've almost completed all our city hall meetings, so I know some board members have joined us, so thank you for that. We also have done all our campus meetings, and we added an additional meeting for next Monday at Wortham Oaks, and that's at 6:30, and that's for anybody that would like to come and get more information. We have also completed our coffees. We have one more coffee on October the 29th at Wagner. We've also, senior staff has split up, and we're taking every single elementary campus and middle schools, every campus, and we are going to the pickup lines and distributing information. We've also sent out our second flyer, and everybody got a copy of that in the Friday notes. I think the staff did an amazing job. Kim did a really good job. It looks beautiful. I hope everybody had a chance to see that. Today we were on SA Live. We also have a banner, what I call a banner. If you look up Ken's Five's website, there's a banner with, KSAT has that information. And Nicole, if there's anything else, those are just the highlights I wanted to share, but anything else, please feel free.
I think you covered most of the ones that I have on my list. And we're also attending a few city events too, like the City of Kirby's Trunk and Treat. And we're going to pass out candy and be out there as well. But we are kicking it in gear for 17 more days till Election Day. So we're hopeful and we're excited to get the information out there.
Just remember, early vote starts, what is it, Monday? Okay.
On the 24th.
I went with Dr. Johnson and Ms. Eaton and Mr. Atkins to the Commissioner's Court last week, and apparently it got picked up. They used a soundbite from it on TPR on the morning radio report. So I didn't hear it, but my friends called me and said, I heard you on the radio this morning. And I was like, I didn't give an interview. So, but I found out that that's what happened. So.
And Dr. Ball just did an interview with TPR as well. So.
Great.
Awesome.
All right. So we're on to the consent agenda. So I'm not going to, so sorry. So sorry, Suzanne.
Renee.
Oh, Renee, I'm so sorry. I'm not even using my own system. Thanks, Renee.
Please repeat what you said about KSAT, where we can find something on KSAT. Repeat what you said.
We have static banners on KSAT's it's the
All right.
app. I could probably show you.
Okay, on the website.
Every time I go to their app and you
Okay.
scroll down, we've got rotating banners. That
Thank
are
you.
static. Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you. That was all.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. I know everybody is working hard. All right, now we'll go on to consent. So I'm not going to read all of them. We have items A through Q, and is there anybody who would like to pull any of those items?
Yeah, I'd like to pull D and E.
D and E, Mr. Macias. Any other items to be pulled? Okay. So is there a motion for items A, B, C, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, and Q?
Motion to approve those items, please.
Okay.
Second.
That's been moved and seconded. We'll proceed to vote. Okay. So items A, B, C, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, and Q have been approved, and Mr. Macias will go to item D that you asked to pull.
Yes, my question, Dr. Ball, regarding that is a little more on the purchase of police vehicles. I think there were 2 that were from local funds. My direct question really is, how often are we buying vehicles? I want to get a better sense of how long we're sustaining them.
Right. The last time we bought new police vehicles was almost 5 years ago. So we do keep them quite a long time. Right now, we have some that have a lot of wear and tear, a lot of mileage on them, and almost to the point of not being reliable.
And are the vehicles used only for district business, or are they used for personal business?
They should only be used for district business.
So it should be, right? Just, okay, so are you saying that every 5 years we're buying vehicles like this?
No, I just was saying that the last time we purchased vehicles was almost 5 years ago for police.
Okay, so that's a good point of clarification. I'm just trying to get a better sense, like when we do this master plan, I'm assuming that this will be part of that master plan, so we know when we need to acquire new vehicles for the police department?
We could include something like that.
I mean, just
Sure.
putting it out there.
We could do the whole, when we do the part about the transportation and the white fleet and all those things, we can include the police vehicles in that.
Oh, because we're spending money from our budget, so I'd like a better sense of if we're getting quality in terms of endurance with the product before we have to buy another one.
Yes, sir.
So that really was all I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't see any other requests to speak. Does anybody have questions? Or is there a motion?
So I move that we approve the expenditures equal to or greater than 50,000.
Second.
That's been moved and seconded. Mr. Diaz seconded. And that passes unanimously. That was item D. We'll go on to E, consider and take action regarding approving the submittal for requests for proposals, 22-17 for high school athletic concessions. You pulled this one, Mr. Macias?
Yes, I was really impressed with the dynamic. In our board book, the vendor, I think, was only one, but they give, what is it, 40% of their income back to the district?
Yes, sir. This is a true win-win situation for the district because a lot of the groups benefit from this. So it is truly a win-win situation for the district and basically our students. God bless you.
Okay. And I'll be candid, another reason I pulled it is because we've had people from that group here, so I didn't want them to lose out on the fact that we just voted on consent. So thank you. I appreciate the clarity.
Could I just add also that they're very supportive of the district in many ways?
Is there a motion or any questions?
Sorry. Yeah, I move that we approve, I don't know what number we're on, or what letter that was.
Sorry.
E. Okay, there we go. I move that we approve the submittal for request for proposals 22-17 for high school athletic concessions.
Second.
That's been moved and seconded. We'll proceed to vote. That passes unanimously. So that is our consent agenda, and we'll go on to item 7A. Consider and take possible action regarding the approval of RFQ 22-19 Financial Advisor Services for the Business Services Department. Yes, please.
Thank you. I just we'll take these sheets. And I'm looking for JJ in the room. I know he's
right
here.
there.
Oh,
He's back by the door.
thank you. Oh. Okay. Helen, can you please go let somebody in? They're locked outside, so if you don't mind checking on that. JJ, I'm going to ask you to come to the podium. I know that everybody has information in front of us, but let us know who was ranked first, and I'm only assuming that would be the recommendation for the financial advisor.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. After tallying all the votes from the the board members and averaging the scores, adding them to the initial scores that we put. Our ranking in the number one position would be Samco, and the number two position would be Frost Bank. Number three would be Estrada Hinojosa, and number four would be Tiarina Galvan Lawrence.
I'm just taking a few minutes, and maybe everybody else is too, to internalize what we were just given. But if there's, I've moved it to if somebody wants to request to speak, to ask clarifying questions.
I just want to thank you and Lynn, JJ, just while they're thinking and processing. Thank you for being so thorough, and Lynn too. I don't know if she's still here, but both of y'all, thank you.
I sent her home.
Thanks, that's good. It's late. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
No, ma'am, I think there might be questions.
Mr. Macias.
Yeah, this was a very interesting process for the board. We customarily have not had an opportunity to interview for financial services. And it's something that obviously we decided we wanted to understand a little better. So I will just say I enjoyed every presentation. They're very strong. You're all qualified and capable. Obviously, we worked collaboratively with our administration to rank and come to a decision. And I would say that some of the aspects that are important to me as a board member for the community that I represent and would be that we're inclusive of other business partners. And I think Samco has had a history of being inclusive, and we appreciate that. This has been interesting, and again, in my 12 years, the first time I've ever had to interview for FAs, so let me just tell you how unusual that was. But I just wanted to kind of echo, I've been in these situations before for jobs, and basically this was a job interview, and you know, we can't select everybody. So again, just thank you for those that did present today, and I did appreciate your information.
Mr. Diaz.
Who am I directing questions to? Is it JJ? Is it Bill?
Bill's not here. Bill is sick, so. To me for right now, and if Bill is watching, so if he'll tell me, and if not, JJ, so we'll.
So why did we not, in the matrix, give points to hub or minority-owned firms? In the matrix, they couldn't get any points for that.
Oh, gosh, I think, JJ, could you help me out with that one? I think I know the answer, but I don't want to say the wrong thing.
Sir, could you repeat that question?
So let me confirm I'm reading this right first. JJ, so when I look at number 6 of the matrix?
Yes, sir.
Of the ranking, why are there no points that anybody can get for being hub designated?
Because we don't have a formal hub program or any kind of minority, small minority business program with the district. The ratings that we do have, those are pretty much pre-established, and we don't have a program here, so we did not ask for that in the request for quotation, so we could not score anything on that.
Okay, so just to restate this, the district, this board, has never adopted a policy to
No, sir.
To elevate that conversation?
No,
Okay.
no, sir.
So I guess I'm now confused as to if it's never been in policy, then why even call it out in the matrix?
Because that is part of one of the breakdowns that the state establishes that we
Got it.
put in our scoring matrix.
So it's important to the state.
Yes, it is
We just
important to
never
state and
adopted
to state agencies and to state universities, but it's still within the law that that's one of the items that we could rank if we chose to do so and if we had a program.
Okay.
6, 7, and
All right, I'm going to digest that for a second. And then, why did we not, in that same fashion, I guess, not attribute any points to pricing?
To pricing?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Let me ask if I'm reading this correctly. So when I look at number 1, it says purchase price, 0 points attainable.
Yeah, because when you do an RFQ, you are selecting your firm or you're ranking your firms on qualifications. You're not ranking them on pricing. We do the same thing. There are other professional services like architects, engineers, doctors. So you rank them based on their qualifications, not on pricing. So your next step is to take your number 1 ranked company here and try and negotiate a contract, a contract that both parties agree to. If you cannot come to agreement, then under the law, you can move to your second rank. Like you would go to Samco first here. If you could not come to agreement with them that you're comfortable with pricing and all the terms and conditions, then you could move to, in this case, Frost Bank, and so on.
Okay. All right, I'm going to yield the floor for a second.
Are there any other questions? Mr. Macias.
Yeah, since Mr. Diaz yielded, he may have others, but my thing would be is, the thing that I thought was also very healthy about this was that we're going for actual RFQ. And that's something that in the past, we have not. Samco has been with us for a very long time. And I think when we brought this idea up, it was to look at the qualifications for other firms. And so naturally, if we move forward today with approving Samco, when will we be seeing this again? Every 3 years, every 5 years? What's the usual timetable for this?
The agreement is, the initial term of the agreement is, I mean, look, I want to double check here. The initial term is 3 years with the option to extend for 2 additional one-year periods.
Okay, and that's customary. I think that's in a lot of our.
That's what we balance
Yeah.
most of our agreements on, depending on the commodity or service that we're purchasing.
And I just have one, and it's a little philosophical, but just give me your feedback on this. If you're a new vendor, because again, I advocate for new business partnerships. I think it's important that we're continuously doing that. We want no complacency. We want people really to give us their best all the time. So what is it that we may need to consider for new firms that have never done business with the district? Because if you score on this matrix, they're always going to lose to those that have done business with the district. I'm not saying that's unfair, but it's just one of those
Oh, I
things
get it.
where if the vision of this board is to be inclusive of new business partnerships, that may be something we may need to evaluate to equalize. But
Yes.
if you have any feedback, I mean, there's no right or wrong answer. Just put it out there.
Sure. We do try and, excuse me, we do try and balance that out. Like we have the one category that is graded on past experience. And we have in each category how we grade it, we have a definition of how to, for the evaluators, so it gives them guidelines to go by. One of the things that we set for this category, for those that may not have had previous experience, and you, sir, drove this 5 years ago, about we give them, in the definition, it says we give them the benefit of the doubt. We don't start them at, just because you don't have any experience with the district, we don't start them at 0. We start them at the top and would work down from there. But that helps us to balance a little bit better and to balance in bringing in new vendors and fresh ideas, whatever, to the district.
Thank you. Again,
Yes, sir,
much
thank you.
appreciated.
Mr. Diaz.
Just for confirmation and then our consumption, the tabulation here is a matrix that allows some guidance, but the board can ultimately decide whether we go with whatever firm we choose or 2 firms. Is that a fair statement? And is that an unfair question to you? Then say that it's an unfair question to you, and I'll ask somebody else. Actually, maybe I'll ask you.
Yeah, you can go with whoever you like.
Okay.
Yes, you can. We always recommend rankings to the
Sure.
board. We don't say, and you'll see it even in our purchases and everything else, like we're purchasing a truck or something. We come in here and we say, here are the bids, and we ask the board to approve the rankings, not the lowest bid. We approve the rankings. Because if we go to that the lowest bid, like if it's a purchase, and they all of a sudden might not have it, we might need it in an emergency, or they don't carry that product anymore, they're not working with that manufacturer, then it gives us the option to move to the second one. In this case, with an RFQ, when you're ranking on qualifications, it gives you the option to do the same thing. You can actually, like I said earlier, we can talk to the number 1 rank and see if we can come to an agreement, not only on terms and conditions, but on pricing. But if we can't, then we would move to the second.
I think it's clear, right?
Yep. Okay, so I guess as part of the discussion, and I'm not naive to the fact that this is very uncomfortable because all of you are in the room and we have to make a decision, right?
I can make them leave. That's good.
They'll hear it outside anyways. So I guess as I evaluate the direction in which we go, I have to make sure that, and I place a heavy emphasis on, past experiences and how I felt today with the presentations and my comfort level in moving forward. All the firms are within 7 points of each other. As I look at every aspect, obviously, there aren't any big material deltas aside from maybe past experience, and that's an obvious one, but I think, there's some consistency there. So I'm gonna tell this to my colleagues. I am going to vary from this tabulation to ensure that wherever we go is reflective of how I feel that we may not have been served to my liking before, but more importantly, and that's not to disparage anybody, but more importantly, more so aligned to where I want us to be at in the future. Okay? I'm not going to put a motion on the floor because I need to consume this some more, but just so we know, just so everybody knows, if based on today's presentations you feel like there is a partner that aligns to anything that you consider valuable in your own decision-making, like, we can do that, and we can have the discussion. But I kind of want to frame the conversation in that aspect.
So what are we doing?
I move we accept the rankings as proposed by the recommendation that we received.
before I ask for a second, at the same time, I pushed the request to speak button. No, it's totally fine. I pushed it just as you said it, so don't worry about it. I think, like, looking at this, it makes me very curious why we have these 3 fields on the matrix for the rubric when there isn't when there aren't any points assigned to it, and it makes me want to, in the future, suggest a policy or a procedural change that we do assign points to those things, because I do think that those things are not only something that the state is asking us to do, but like that I believe that many on this board value as well. And so that's one thing that it makes me, I want our actions to reflect our values and our policy to guide our actions. And so that's just something that this has got me thinking. But I will also say to all of the vendors who are here, part of the reason that we asked for this was as a learning experience for the board. This is a place that requires a very nuanced level of fluency that I'm only beginning to grasp. And I learned a lot today from everybody, and I learned different things from each of the presentations. And that is extremely valuable to me and I'm sure to the rest of the board as well, in the financial stewardship of our district, which is not my area of expertise. You heard all the questions, you maybe heard all the questions I asked Ms. Duhart-Toppin. That's where I feel very comfortable, but even just the vocabulary of bonds and finances is something that's new to me, and so I learned a lot today, and I appreciate all of the time and effort that everybody put into their presentations. Okay, so Suzanne made a motion on the floor.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to vote on the rankings as presented. Give me a second. Yep. All right, it has been approved 6-1, the rankings for proposals for financial advisor services. All right, we will move on to, where are we here?
The
7B.
So who's
Yep,
our,
say again.
so who's our financial advisor?
Samco.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. They'll go negotiate with them. So the next item is 7B, consider and take possible action regarding approval of SHAC members' appointment on the Judson ISD School Health Advisory Council.
Yes, ma'am. Board members, in our packet, you received parents that that have been contacted that want to volunteer for this. So these individuals, along with Ms. Eaton, I'm assuming still wants to serve as the liaison. She said yes. So asking the board to approve these individuals.
There we go. Sorry that are there any questions or comments here? I'll make a quick comment. I noticed that on this particular committee, the state law says that it has to be a large amount or a high proportion of parents of children in the district, and I know that can always be difficult to recruit.
Yes.
So appreciate the work that probably went into making sure that that committee reflected the parents that needed to be on it.
Yes, Ms. Beck did a wonderful job, and that is why it took us a little bit longer, because we needed to find them all.
Okay. I move that we approve the SHAC member appointments as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, that's been moved and seconded. We'll proceed to vote. I don't think yours went through. Okay, that item passes unanimously. We'll move on to item 7C, discuss and take possible action to prepare an internal assessment of reclassified positions to include new coordinators, directors, and executive directors. Mr. Macias, this was an item you submitted.
Yes, and ultimately, it may not require a vote, but usually when I ask for information from administration, I'm very sensitive that it may be time-consuming, and so I see this as a possible time-consuming event, and so I want to make sure that we're all together on this if we're looking for this. But I'm looking at having some information as we gear up towards our budget discussions regarding the positions that we've reclassified or that we have changed through from coordinators to directors and so forth. But to have a good sense, because obviously 90% of our budget is tied up in personnel. So we just need to start doing some evaluation about what those differences look like, the snapshot from 2018 versus current year to date, and get a better sense of what these things look like. So I did speak to Dr. Ball about it, and she said it is doable, but that it would take some time. And so I don't need it tomorrow. I don't even need it next month. I would ask for it in January.
For the budget process?
Yes, as we get ready for the budget process. But I wanted to make sure that we all collectively were on the same page with this before I burden the administration with putting this report together. So that's basically where this is. So, Ms. Rodriguez, so if there's just consensus.
Well, yeah, that was going to be I was making a note about it. But so are you asking for a vote that we all approve asking for this report? Or is it just you're asking for this report, you're giving some notice that this is something you want and acknowledging that it'll take some time?
Yes.
Okay.
And if there's any objections from my colleagues, this would be the time to say, hey, we don't need this or something. So then if we got to go to a vote, we vote. But if there's no issue with it, then Dr. Ball and her team have their marching orders.
And my clarifying question is, by reclassified, what exactly is meant there?
That would mean if we've ended up changing personnel from a coordinator to a director, or from a director to an executive director, just getting a better sense of where that is. It could obviously be expanded, but that would be the initial part of it. And I think you understand that, right, Dr. Ball?
Right. I also understood basically a comparison now from 2018.
Yeah, but of course, the detail would have to be provided. We would know, and more so, like, is it ESSER funded?
Yes, sir.
Is it title?
Local,
Is it operations? Is it
Yes.
child nutrition? Wherever the funding sources are for these positions, getting already a better sense.
Right, and that's why it'll take us a while, but by January, we should be able to have that.
Sure, thank you.
Were there any other questions or comments about that one? Okay. We'll move on to D, consider and take possible action regarding approval of the Texas Education Agency class size waiver recommendation for specific grades as listed and cap specific grade levels at identified campuses.
Yes, and everybody has this sheet, so I'll talk a little bit about this. This is a handout. So I'd like to explain this and start off by sharing that this is not because we don't want to hire teachers. This is not because the board has not allowed to hire teachers. This is because we do have these students. So when you look at this, and I will just take one campus, for example, and say Spring Meadows. Out of all the pre-K 3 teachers at Spring Meadows, 2 of them have more than 22 students. So this is the process that TA asks us to go through to request the waivers. So it's ultimately really not having a choice in doing these waivers because we have more than 22 students. So again, we will continue to look for more teachers. We've even talked about different options of putting RTI teachers in classrooms, but these are the classrooms by campus in regards to the waivers that we would have to have.
I have a question. So this chart is classrooms, not students.
Right.
Okay. So how many generally speaking, how many students over 22 are they?
It varies at every campus. Oh,
What's the highest?
I would probably say fourth grade, there's probably some that have 26 to 28.
Wow. I thought in the past, when we've gotten these TEA waivers, it said we're increasing the ratio to 24-1 or something like that. This is the first time it's been presented this way. And I realize that there's probably like almost no choice here. But
What we have done now
yeah.
is capped, sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, yeah, go for it.
We have now capped campuses. So they are capped. But there are some that are large, and we are meeting with staff to either A, look at giving them another additional paraprofessional to help. If we can't find teachers, we had a job fair just last Saturday, so we know that there's some that you're going to approve tonight that will help alleviate some. But that is where we're at right now.
Mr. Macias.
I guess the thing is, this has been very, as you mentioned, Dr. Ball, procedural. We do this every year. I remember, I've seen it a lot. So I understand that. But I guess the next agenda item will go a little bit deeper into this discussion. So, but the idea would be that we just have to find a way to address this and not make it appear like a procedural step. I mean, we don't want to have classrooms that have more than 22-1 in elementary. That's not our ideal objective. So understanding that, there was a kid, actually a student, but their parents PCS'd in from the military, and we had no space for them in 5th grade, but their siblings got to go to the school. We had to ask that student to go to another elementary school. So I don't know if we're incorporating those. I'm not a big fan of doing that, but we can't have classrooms beyond a certain size. So if we can't find teachers for the classrooms, we need to find other solutions. And again, I know ideally you don't want to see a lot of students because classroom management is hard. Meeting individual needs is hard.
Space.
And so, and right now we know it's a tough environment. We're not hiring teachers like we expected. So we have challenges. I get that. But I don't want there to be the assumption that when we approve this, because obviously it is procedural, we need to do it, TA mandates it, that we're comfortable with,
We're not, right.
with this scenario.
Correct.
And again, we'll talk about it in the next item on some solutions to it, but I just wanted to make sure that the community understood, our teachers understood, this is not kosher, but we need to get better at addressing why we see it every year and not treat it as every year we just put a waiver in there.
Correct.
So anyway, that's my thank you. Appreciate it.
I think the thing that's going through my head too is the impact on the goals that we've set for academic outcomes. Like it is much harder to teach a class of 28 than it is to teach a class of 22 and reach all of those students. And it feels like right now, given the hiring landscape and things, that we really don't have a choice, that it's not that there's magically teachers out there. And so, to remain in compliance with the law, this is something we have to do, but it's not a message to teachers that this is what we want to do. It's not a message to teachers that this is where we want to stay. As soon as we can find teachers, we will put them in, right?
Right. I've even said, the student teachers that we have right now that are graduating in December, let's hire them now. So.
Yeah. Do we know how many student teachers we have?
It was just a handful.
Okay. All right. Any other comments or discussion? Do I have a motion?
I move we approve the Texas Education Agency class size waiver recommendation for specific grades as listed and cap specific grade levels at identified campuses.
That's been moved and seconded. We'll proceed to vote. Okay, that item passes 6-1. We'll move on to item 7E, discuss and take possible action to create enrollment benchmarks to support effective student instruction. No, it's fine. It was Miss Eaton's phone. Mr. Macias, this was your item.
Yes, and thank you, yes.
One more, and then we go.
A lot to say here, too. But let me just get to the point. Naturally, we need to evaluate how we can strategically build plans to alleviate this issue. And so this particular item was placed there for us to have a candid discussion. So I just need to know formally if, and Dr. Ball, you can answer this, if we have protocols in place that will already cap campuses when they reach a certain enrollment level.
So we do have protocols in place, so when we cap certain grade levels, but I think that what I would like to take this with the team back and look and see some things to help our staff. For example, we've been a district that we opened up pre-K for everybody. We need to evaluate to see if we can really continue to do that, if we have the space in the room for that, instead of qualifying. We need to look and see whether we continue with the out-of-district. We need to look and see if the choice schools. So all of those things, I think, falls under these benchmarks that we need to discuss as to how many of these things do we continue, because these are great things, but we don't want it to impede any future success and also create undue stress with our teachers. But I don't have an answer right now, except for to say that those things that I just mentioned are some of the things that we will be looking at as a team to see what's really best for our district.
And I asked that question just to kind of get us started on the conversation, because what my recommendation will be to look at a campus, campus A, B, and their enrollment potential is, say, 800 students. That's really what they should have on that campus. So we start using that number based on classrooms and so forth as the number. We don't want to go to 900, we want to go to 1,100, we want to stay at 800. So from that point, we back up and we say, if we're going to be an open enrollment district, which we are, that when our enrollment of, say, 800 students gets to 75%, we're no longer taking in students in open enrollment at that campus. We're done. And then when it gets to 85%, we're no longer taking students that are within the district, that are not within the boundaries of that school, so that we're leaving a buffer of 15% for new enrollment when they come in. But that takes numbers. I know that Dr. Fields did a lot of that counting too in the past. There's just a lot of work to that. But I feel that that's sort of the missing protocol or the missing process to help administration also devise plans, because we are putting a bond out there that we are growing, and I know that in the Wortham Oaks area, we are growing. It is validated, but the noise of us being an open district and not capping is noise that needs to be addressed. So this is coming about for multiple reasons, but more importantly, to ensure that we're setting our teachers up for success, because I can tell you, when they're overwhelmed, as you noted earlier, we're not setting them up to succeed. And certainly, this has become an issue. And not at all campuses, but at certain campuses. So that's what I'd like to start. And if we truly have an area that's identified like Wortham, for example, that say 800 is the max, and I don't know what it is, but just say it is, and we're already 800, and all those people are from Wortham Oaks, then we tell our community, we need another school over there. But do you understand?
Yes, sir. So our plan is, before we start our registration for next spring, is to really look at some things, whether we want to continue them or not district-wide, or maybe just not even continue them at certain campuses that we know that certain campuses are quite large. So we'll bring some recommendations to the board, everything varying from, do we continue with free pre-K? Maybe we do it at some, not at others, and just a variety of different options.
And I do feel that's healthy. In terms of what we heard earlier about the waiver, we're looking for more teachers. There has to be other strategies, because looking for more teachers isn't, we're not solving that issue because we can't find them. So naturally, what you mentioned are very viable options that we would consider certain campuses sort of not being open.
Right.
Because they cannot be. But to take the conversation a little further.
Sure.
We also need to do something to offer relief now, which means we need to be prepared to do something maybe after Christmas break in January, because right now we have teachers that are again, overwhelmed. So we want to make sure it's optimal, and if we have the ability to do something in January, as in transferring a student that maybe not in the district to a neighboring school that has capacity, we should consider that. Because I don't want to wait till next year, because for me, I want to make sure that we're doing something that's going to help retain teachers. And if you see teachers unhappy, they're going to leave, and we're going to be back to the same road that Dr. Dewar-Toppin talked about earlier, all these new teachers. So this is something that could be very helpful. And anyway, I'd like to hear from my colleagues, but that's just my perspective on this.
Sure. And I also want to say, I think that's why when we discuss F in a little while, will also be very helpful to this also.
Ms. Eaton.
Yes, I wholeheartedly agree with everything that's been said to this point, and I also would like for us to reevaluate the pre-K 3 program. It's very helpful, but at the same time, it's not. If the teachers are spending the majority of their time being a daycare center as opposed to a teaching organization, then that's creating a problem, because what is the benefit that we're providing for the young minds that are there? So I am concerned about the pre-K 3 program.
Yes, ma'am.
I see Ms. Canoyer next, and then Ms. Pichel.
Dr. Ball, we do have some sort of assessment in place to evaluate the effectiveness of our programs at every level, right,
Yes,
including
ma'am.
pre-K 3?
Yes, ma'am.
And so that's something you will be looking at to evaluate. And is that a B and M and E, beginning, middle, end of year?
Yes.
Okay, so that's data you can look at to see how effective that is as well. There are lots of things that we need to look at, and I appreciate the fact that you're willing to reevaluate all this. We have to be prepared in case the bond does not pass. What are we going to do? What plan are we going to put in place? And I'm very confident, and I hope that we have everybody out there voting, but we need to look at, as you said, all these programs. But I think also maybe what we can look at, looking at fund balance, is providing some kind of financial reimbursement to teachers whose classes are considerably over. Some kind of thank you in that regard. So maybe that's something we could look at mid-year.
Yes, and we're also looking at, as I go along and meet with teachers, I like to hear from them specifically something, that they want and need. And I'm gathering ideas, and I know this wouldn't pertain to all of them, but one of them, just as an example, gave me a good idea. And she said, how about, Dr. Ball, the staff that have kids in the Adventure Club, that we get to send our kids there, maybe not all of them, but one for free. So I am gathering information as to, could it be, of course, monetary, or maybe something that's not monetary but still provides them an incentive. But that's just one example. I don't want anybody to think we're doing that, but just that point that we are having those conversations and getting specifically from teachers what they would like.
Ms. Pichel.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. I realize that You know, it really is a difficult situation. I would like to pose one question to Mr. Macias. Would you be including in recommendations CTE? Because that's another area where we have a lot of students using choice as our district of choice because of the CTE programs that we have. So would you be including CTE in part of this enrollment benchmark?
Yeah, and that's a good question, because when I talk about the issue, I'm thinking more elementary and middle school, because middle school also has, but I'm not thinking CT, but it would have to be uniformed. It would have to be across the board. Could there be different standards for secondary? Certainly there could be, but yeah, to address that, it would be, yes, the whole goal would just to create the best model for success for our students and for our staff.
Thank you. And secondly, Ms. Eaton, I'd like for you to elaborate on this daycare situation that you referred to. They do have a specific curriculum.
They do, but if the teacher and the assistant teacher or aide spend the majority of their time changing diapers, how can they get to the curriculum the way that they should? They're on a time schedule, just like the daycare center is, as far as checking those diapers. So they have to be changed.
I will double check on this part. I could be completely wrong, but I will double check. I think that the law requires us to take them even if they are not potty trained. But I will put that in. Okay, so you know I am right?
Yes.
Okay.
I know exactly what you're saying, and you're absolutely right.
So I guess then my point is I really can't deny them if they're not potty trained. Okay. So that's what I thought, but.
Pull me back.
You're absolutely right.
Are there any other questions or thoughts? All right, we will move on to item F. Consider and take possible action regarding approval of an amendment to the current Judson ISD District of Innovation Plan, seeking an exemption from TEC 25.036 that requires a student transfer to be for a period of 1 school year. Dr. Ball.
Yes, ma'am. So this is to try to provide some relief to our teachers. So as y'all know, we are an open district, so we take in other students. Sometimes we take in other students that have caused some, maybe they don't have good attendance, they don't have good discipline, but we have to keep them because we haven't had this. So what this is allowing us to do is if that we have a student that transferred in, we would be able to revoke them due to the fact of there would be some disciplinary concerns. So that's what we're asking for the board to approve, that we could do this during the year instead of having to wait till after the school year.
Mr. Macias.
So I remember when we came back from the pandemic, we had a lot of disciplinary issues
Yes.
in high school with increased fighting and bullying. And I remember there being mentioned that if there is one strike, they're out if they're not in the district. So did not filter down to elementary or middle, or is this different?
It's not different. This really gives us the leg to stand on in regards to now it's in writing that we would be able to legally do this.
Okay, and so that policy or procedure, if you will, that we said we would implement last year for the one strike and you're out, did we not do that then?
We did.
Okay, so we did do that already, and we saw sort of doing it, but I can see the need, let's put it in, make it official. But we did practice that, and so this will help our administration at each campus be able then to take swifter action
Yes,
formally.
and if a parent decides to not agree to it, they have no choice because this now becomes something that's set by the board.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I absolutely understand this, and however, does the district, the home district of that child, are they required to take them back in?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, okay. I just want to make sure we're not like
No, they won't do that.
denying an education to a child just because they're a problem,
Right,
or
we
we
couldn't-
perceive them
we
to be a
couldn't-
problem.
Right, we
Yeah.
couldn't do it to our students, of
Right,
course.
right. This only applies to students who have enrolled from a different district
Mm-hmm.
and likely to prevent something like, well, I'm just going to move my kid around, you know, and things like that. Okay. I just wanted to be on the record and have that understood that that was what we were doing. Okay. Were there any other questions? Mr. Messia?
Yes, I do.
And then Ms. Pichelle.
Do you want to go first, Renee?
So, just for clarification, Dr. Ball.
Yes, ma'am.
These would be students that transferred into our district that we would be considering if they had poor attendance.
Let me go back and look at exactly what it says. Give me 1 second.
They're bad. And they came here because they got kicked out of their district.
Well, not necessarily.
Well, not
Maybe they-
necessarily.
yeah. Oh,
I'm
okay.
sorry,
mhm.
okay.
Yep.
For whatever reason, they may have
Yes.
chosen to come here.
Right.
But after choosing to come here, if they do not follow the
Our rules,
protocols,
mhm.
like keeping your attendance up and discipline referrals.
Right, and grades. Mhm.
Yeah, okay,
Yes.
okay, thank you.
And I just had visions of due process. So is there, is there going to be a process in which a parent can not file a grievance, but a complaint or sort of a appeal, which, and Dr. Ball will say no, but the reason why I'm saying that is because there are instances too, I'll tell you one recently where there was a fight on campus that a teacher was telling me about, and both kids were suspended. One started it, but one wasn't in the district. He didn't start it, but he got suspended because he fought back. And so now all of a sudden, the instigator, again, the rule is you don't fight at all on campus, right? There's no fighting at all. If both start throwing punches, they're both gone. But that would be an instance then potentially where then that student would be, if not being in the district, the criteria would be here to get out. Is that correct?
Correct.
So now you have a situation where there's no, it's really strict. And again, not that I'm trying to be, just an appeal process, because if the kiddo didn't start the fight and there was another instigator, there has to be a way to evaluate.
I mean, anybody could always file a grievance over everything
Sure.
and anything. So they could always bring something to the board in a grievance format, you know, if they wanted to. But this is allowing us to set some very high expectations because we're allowing you to come to our district when we really don't have to allow you to come to our district.
I guess the only thing then would be, I'm okay with that. We just need to be very clear with the parent what those expectations are for their student and for themselves.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or discussion?
Yes, ma'am.
Or a motion?
I move we approve the amendment to the current JISD District of Innovation Plan seeking an exemption from TEC 25.036.
Second.
Okay, that's been moved and seconded. We can proceed to vote. Okay, that passes unanimously. We'll go on to item 8A, intruder detection security audit for Hopkins Elementary, Spring Meadows Elementary, and Candlewood Elementary.
Are we talking about this in open session?
Very lightly. So I'm just going to right now let you know that we have had additional campuses. Hopkins, Spring Meadows, Kirby, Candlewood, Hartman, and Wortham Oaks have received their visit from TEA. That's all I wanted to report at this time for this.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We'll go on to 8B, statement of impact submitted by Celebrate Dyslexia Charter School and Titan Academy of San Antonio.
Ma'am, those are the ones and board members that we get for incoming charter schools.
Yes.
Thank them.
Okay.
No,
Are there
I
any
don't.
comments?
I don't agree. Being nice.
Okay, I'll try to be.
Okay. If there's no comments on that one, we'll go on to item 8C, update on board training, conferences, events, and board committee updates. And we'll start with you, Ms. Pichelle.
I attended human trafficking training yesterday and got my credit.
Thank you. Mr. Macias?
Yes, this is board training and events, right? I got to look at. Okay.
Correct.
So I just want to say I really appreciate Betty Holmes being on me for doing training, which I have not done. So I'm just saying for the record, I'm still slacking, but I need to get on it. So Betty Holmes, just keep on sending me those
That
links.
was due September 30th.
I understand. It's not like I haven't, just been sitting at home. But yes, I do get it. And I just wanted to acknowledge Betty Holmes. I do appreciate that. So I know you're. But on another note, on the 27th of October, which is Thursday, I'll be co-moderating an educational forum for a house race. And since I don't want to say the house, but it's going to be at Northeast Lakeview College. And I think it'll be a very interesting discussion on education. So I thought I would put that out there. Thank you. 6 o'clock, 6 to 7:30.
And Ms. Knoyer?
Thank you. I also completed my human trafficking training and the other mandated training. I don't have any committee updates, but I did attend the Middle School Beginner Fest choir concert today. Miss Michelle and I were there. And I just want to commend all our fine arts professionals who are doing such a great job of reaching up and reaching down to make sure that we provide an avenue for students to showcase their talents and for them to see what can happen for them as they progress through the grade levels. It was really great to see all the choirs from the high schools and then the combined choir of the middle schools who worked with a particular guest conductor who also gave critique. And so it was really a very, very good show. So I highly commend them.
Ms. King?
I too attended the human trafficking training for Region 20 as well, and that's about it.
Ms. Eaton? Do you have any updates on trainings, conferences, events, or board committees? Yes, ma'am. It's been a long night.
I feel like Forrest Gump when he went to the White House. I gotta pee. No, but I did human trafficking.
Okay, all right.
I do have to go to.
I'll give my update real fast, and then we'll go into closed session, ma'am. If I lose another one, we might not have a quorum here. So, all right. So, I to my recollection, I've not done any board trainings or conferences since our last meeting, and I just encourage committee chairs to let me know when you're scheduling your first meeting. All right, we'll go into closed session. For the record, Mr. Diaz left at 9:58. It's now 10 o'clock, and I think you're okay to go real fast while I read the closed session. The board will now adjourn into closed session pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Open Meetings Act. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, discussing personnel, the personnel report, and updates including new hires, resignations, and administrative appointments, Director of Pupil Services, Director of Facilities. And item B, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.076, discussion regarding intruder detection security audit. The time is now 10 o'clock.
It's right outside the door. Sorry, ma'am. He's ready.
The board will now reconvene in open session. The time is 10:19. No final action, decision, or vote was taken while the board was in closed session. We'll go on to item 10. Consider and take possible action regarding items discussed in closed session. Consider and take possible action regarding the personnel report and updates, including new hires, resignations, and administrative appointments, Director of Pupil Services, Director of Facilities. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve the items discussed in closed session.
Second.
That's been moved and seconded. We can proceed to vote. Oh, Mr. Diaz. Oh, no. Okay, can you roll it back? I was marking him absent, but it's the same button as one of the, no, it's no.
So we all vote again?
I think, has he been marked absent now?
Yeah, he's
Okay, now we can vote. All right, that motion passes unanimously. Dr. Ball, do you want to
Yes,
introduce?
I'd like to congratulate our new Director of Pupil Services, Ms. Hilliard, and I understand you have a new name, and am I saying, is it still Ms. Hilliard? Hilliard Bullock, sorry. Thank you. Congratulations. And then our Director for Facilities, Mr. Terry Yacklin.
All right, there being no further business, this meeting is adjourned at 10:21.